Welcome everybody. I am Kiri Brink. I'm the coordinator of African Swimways and host of this African webinar. And I see that we have 70 over 70 people attending our webinar. And on behalf of all the partners of the African Swimway, welcome. If you're looking for the program, please see it on reachingrivers.com/African Swimways. There you will find what the program looks like. And without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Nancy Job, who is the chair of the sessions. She is from SANBI, and she is from the Freshwater Unit of the South African National Biodiversity Institutes, and she will walk us through all of the presentations. And Wilco de Bruijne is from the Netherlands, and he is one of the partners of the African Swimway project, and he is a consultant and works on fish passage and river connectivity. So over to you, Nancy.
Okay, thanks, Kiri. It's really great to be here today. I'm really looking forward to the presentations and the whole program of today. So I myself am going to hand over quite almost immediately to Prof. Nico Smit, and he's from Northwest University in South Africa. He specializes in aquatic ecology and wildlife parasitology research and leads the Northwest University Water Research Group. He's an executive member also of the South African Society of Aquatic Scientists, and we've got the pleasure of having him welcome us today. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Nancy and Kiri, as well, for the invitation to welcome you all. So for the South African Society for Aquatic Scientists, it's a real pleasure to be part of this African Swimway Initiative, and specifically the launch of this webinar. We've been proudly involved with the World Fish Migration Foundation and the start of the African Swimway Initiative already back in 2016. I don't know if who of you is attending has had the privilege to attend our conference in Kruger National Park in the time when we were able to attend face-to-face conferences. Those were the days. It was really great, and we had at that conference in Kruger, we had also a launch session of the African Swimway Initiative. Herman was one of our keynote speakers, and he did a great presentation, and that was followed up by Gordon and Kiri, who also gave some really nice presentations about the Swimway Initiative. So so SASAqS, at least from the African Swimway perspective, we've had a longer than 5-year relationship with this what we're doing here. So really it's nice for us to still be involved, and then also to look forward to this really great webinar. But it didn't end at the 2016 conference. 2 years later, 2018, we also, if you remember this, now my background is messing it up, but there you remember this book, Sea to Source 2.0, and that was launched by Kiri and her team at the 2018 conference down at the St. Francis Bay, also the SASAqS conference. So we've got a really good relationship, and we are proud of keeping this relationship going. In the meantime, we couldn't have a conference last year, but we have our next conference this year. It's going to be online, so we're going to have a fully online conference. That will be the first week of August, and we look forward to again hosting some really good discussions and presentations, and if there's people who would like to present, suggest some specific sessions on related to fish behavior and river connectivity, swimways, fishways, that will really be great. There will be announcements will go out the next 2 or 3 weeks from Wynand Malherbe, our secretary, regarding the online conference. And if we look at the really great number of participants in this webinar. We're sure that that conference, our online conference in August, is also going to attract a lot of interesting people sharing their information. So yeah, so have a look out for that, and in that way we can continue the stunning collaboration between all the people working in the field of swimways and river connectivity with SASAqS as well. So what I was just thinking of adding a little bit, as a scientific society, we're also very proud of our journal, the African Journal of Aquatic Science, and the work that it published. And I had a little bit of a look around to put it in perspective of what we see in our journal and what is being published globally. And so I had a quick search. Now I use Scopus as my search engine, and I just look at freshwater fish, publications related to freshwater fish. And it was the first thing that struck me was that although we've got amongst the highest biodiversity of freshwater fish in Africa, we definitely still know the least about them, and that we can see in the global publications. If we look at globally, according to Scopus, since they started, I think it's the 1970s, there's 34,000 papers published on freshwater fish. In Africa, there's about 1,000. So we look at 3% of current papers that's out there published on freshwater fish, all different aspects of freshwater fish, is only on the African ones. So there's huge scope for us to increase our knowledge, to study, and to further the information that we have. What I was proud of the fact was, if you look at the papers that was published on African freshwater fish, the main journal that was used for those was our society's journal, the African Journal of Aquatic Sciences, and that was really nice. And the second to AJAS was the Journal of Fish Biology, also really great international journal. So we up there with the really good journals, and we are producing the most work that's being done on African freshwater, specific in this case fish. Then the other thing that I had looked at was the publications related to things like river connectivity, fish behavior, migration, and to see if that trend still holds in terms of how we stand in Africa according to the rest of the world. And in all those different fields, it's similar to if we took the broad one, freshwater fish, and that is that from Africa's side, we publish about 2 to 3% of the world, the global population or publication information on those specific themes: behavior, river connectivity, migration. So again, in those fields that we as a grouping here, being part of this webinar, are interested in and participate in and will do research in, there's so much scope for us. And that will be from our society side, is we really encourage every single person who's part of this webinar to make sure that the information, the really great data that you gather, that it gets out there in the peer review system, and then that it can get published in good journals, and have a look at how, if you haven't in the past, at the African Journal of Aquatic Science. It's really a good outlet for work generated here in Africa. What I would like to end off with is actually a very positive note regarding the publication trend, and is that I also looked at those African papers dealing with behavior, river connectivity, and all those themes that we address within this webinar. And that is, there's a really nice increase in publication output over the past 5, 6, 7 years. And I'm really convinced that initiatives such as these and our society's involvement in it, and right throughout Africa, also aid in this increase. It's to such an extent that 2020 has seen in all these different research focus areas like behavior, migration, river connectivity, actually the most publications of all previous years in Africa. So I think if we can keep on this really good track, that will be wonderful. So yeah, so from my side as a representative from the SASAqS Exco, I would really like to welcome you. I'll thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity, and enjoy the day, enjoy the discussions, make use of this opportunity to interact with the experts in the field, and have fun, and remember, keep up the good work and get that data and get the data out there and share with the rest of the community. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Prof. Smit, for that fantastic welcome and for giving us the background and overview, and for promoting this work and this topic, and allowing space for it at our important conference, SASAqS, and for promoting the continuation of the science. We're going to move on to our first presenter. So that is Dr. Marcel Szabo-Meszaros, and he's a civil engineer, and he's specialized in hydraulics, and his doctorate is on the movement of fish migration past hydropower facilities. He works as a researcher at SINTEF Energy Research in Trondheim, Norway, on several national and international projects which target hydropower impact on fish. In addition, he also acts as operating agent during the closing phase. So he acted as the operating agent during the closing phase of the IEA Hydro Annex 13, which is dedicated around hydropower and fish. It's over to you, Marcel.
Thank you, Nancy. And let me share my screen. And start my video. So if everything is correct, then you should see my slides.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Then I already start to present a little bit about the work of IEA Hydro. What does it stand for, and what within IEA Hydro the Annex 13 is dedicated with. Then the second half of the presentation is about selected best practices for two-way migration of fish past hydropowers from different countries from the world. Then at the end, certainly there is an invitation to participate in IEA activities for our members and participants on this event, which I'm really thankful that I could be invited and presented here to all of you. Because currently from Africa, there is very limited participants in the IEA in general. So let's start what the IEA stands for. Well, it's an international energy agency with dedicated members, countries, and other institutes for one main aim: to encourage sustainable use of water resources for the development and management of hydropower. And to do that, it aims to enhance awareness, knowledge, and support towards this mission. As it is, since many decades, or a couple of decades, it has a couple of annexes or working groups working in different aspects and perspectives related to hydropower, from operational management, environmental impact, resilience, services, and different aspects. As you can see on the slide, at the left side, there are the ongoing annexes listed here, dedicated for hydropower services, carbon balance for reservoirs, hydropower and fish interactions, management models on cascade systems, and decision-making tools for maintenance and other hydropower operations in the facilities. Also, there is a recent annex on hidden hydro, which is more on the small scale or micro scale hydropower systems meant to irrigation canals and utilizing powers on lower river systems. Of all of this, which could be in particular interest for Africa from a social environmental aspect, is to provide to have a roadmap on the providing best practice for the management of fish and hydropower facilities, guidelines for net greenhouse gas emissions in reservoirs, which is a significant problem, could be in tropical systems, in tropical regions, and regarding to climate change adaptation, resilience, valuation of hydropower services, and enhance the hydropower resilience in a rather new annex launching later this year. If you are interested, you can sign up and contact to join on this international programs at any time. Today, I'm going to present the Annex 13. Since that one is dedicated for hydropower and fish, and more specifically, the effect of hydropower on fish communities, especially on the two-way migration past the barriers or the dams. The program is running from 2013, so for a couple of years, and many participants and members collaborate to mainly exchange knowledge through workshops and seminars. They have been hosted by Australians, Europeans, also held in South America as well, regularly once per year, which are usually also associated with a couple of site visits to check out some best practices around the world. In a closing phase of this annex, we aim to gather all this information and provide a roadmap, a quite general document to have an information and the guidance to the readers towards best practices depending on the special or case site specific characteristics of different hydropower projects. So let me have a few words about this roadmap. It first of all highlights the well-proved and new solutions to mitigate the negative impacts of hydropower services on the fish communities in a river system. In addition, it also provides a clear decision-making tool to, as I mentioned before, guide the readers towards selecting which of the different tools could be suitable for one particular project in many places of the world. And above all of this, it also presents a couple of cases from different countries as best practices for the different problems. And let me have let me present the best practices through 4 examples. Starting with the effect of turbine passage. There is a dam, there is one middle-sized dam in Lao PDR where the problem on a highly biodiverse river is associated with downstream immigration of fish. The hydropower is equipped with 2 types of Francis turbines, one with lower capacity with an older technology and one with a newer technology implemented a bit later. They used sensor fish to assess what is the effect of turbine passage on the fish. So what is the first important message here? that you don't need to get a live fish to experiment or assess the impact of your case or one problematic case, that what is the different in situ conditions affecting to your fish. You can simply save some fish lives and use some sensor fish systems or advanced systems which are packed with motion, force, pressure, temperature sensors, registering the conditions while it's passing through the turbine systems and processing the data. They could assess that the certain conditions would be suitable or less suitable for the fish passage. Basically, how harmful and at what degree this passage is harmful on the fish. The conclusion is that with a newer technology regarding to the used turbines and implemented turbines, they could also correspond to the improved ecological conditions for turbine passage of fish. That's not necessarily meant that it's the only way for fish to pass downstream. No, there are alternative ways. But at this particular site, they wanted to assess the turbine passage of fish. Let's take a look at the next one. From Sweden, Europe. Usually the trap and transport to catch and trap the upstream or downstream migratory fish in a site and carry them upstream or downstream of the barrier is not recommended as best practices on a general level. But there are certain cases and conditions where it could stand as a very good alternative and actually the best practice, like at this case in Sweden. So there is a Cascade hydropower systems consisting 9 barriers along the river, where landlocked fish aims to migrate from the lowest one further up, nearly over to the last or second to last hydropower systems. Definitely, that's no effective way without significant delay can be managed. So in a rather old hydropower systems built in the early 20th century, they operate a trap and transport of adult spawners of wild and hatchery fish over the systems. Why is that? Because they wanted to have a main priority for the freshwater ecology in that region, and that is to protect the landlocked salmon population in Scandinavia. And for doing so, the trap and transport system is the best alternative for this case. That is operated almost 100 years already, which resulted that the wild fish populations, so next to the hatchery fish, the wild fish populations are already considered as stable, also for salmon and trouts. If you compare the different promoted best practices from the US or from the Swedish National Board of Fisheries and different techniques, even though they have high efficiency aimed, there is a significant decrease in the numbers of fish which reach the spawning sites further upstream in the system. So it's clearly seen that under certain conditions, the trap and transport could act as a best practice. The third case from Australia, Tasmania. There is a dam built in the middle of the last century, which blocks the way of eels. The eels is a little bit special among the freshwater fish species, as they are declined heavily in a global scale. They also kind of have a special special body shape and therefore a special movement to pass all these facilities and barriers. So to say, there is a special handling is necessary when eel is presented or eel kind of fish are presented in the systems. At this case, for the upstream side, they simply implemented through the dam a juvenile eel ladder earlier in 2000s. So they actually a couple of decades it took while they mitigated the problems for the upstream case. But for the downstream migratory species, they run into trouble to figure out a good implementation of the measures. At the end, following a couple of studies where they tagged fish, eels, migrating downstream to figure out on which spots do they gather, do they migrate? What are the migratory paths of the downstream migratory eels? They figured out that at one certain corner of the dam structure, they implemented a half-meter diameter core hole through the system, through the entire dam structure to facilitate their downstream migration. In last year, the first monitoring studies already shows a good performance of this adjustment with fish alive. So they studied fish alive. Also in terms of numbers and health. That means less injury were also associated with the fish compared to those which are kind of just spilled over the crest. And the last case presented today is a complete refurbishment of an old hydropower plant, or a complex refurbishment. That's also a case from Sweden. That's a lowermost run-of-river hydropower type built in early 1900s with two hydropower systems. As you can see on the figure above, there is the old hydropower house and there is a newer hydropower house. The problem here that even though they implemented a couple of facilities for migratory fish, they had limited performance. There are salmon, trouts, eels, and diverse, quite high diversity of fish species presented at the site. But it had limited performance. So they applied a couple of practices, like they stopped the operation at the old hydropower house, while they also retrofitted the intake at the new hydropower plants with angled intake with a much finer bar spacing combined with a bypass system. They also increased the minimum flow through the spills and weirs and also associated it with a nature-like fishway leading through the new dam structures instead of the old spillways. So at this new dam structures, there is a nature-like fishway traversing through the upstream end of the structure. The main conclusion was that with the new measures, all diversity of fish could actually use such systems with a quite good efficiency. And at the end, in case you would like to have more information or join on behalf of you or your country, please contact in any matter, either for the Annex 13 presented today or the IEA Hydro activities. Thank you.
So thank you so much for this contribution. I think it's such a comprehensive resource for people, and I really encourage people to contact you and take us forward into our implementation. We are running a little bit late, but I'd like to allow time, Wilco, if one question.
Yes. Hi all, my name is Wilco de Bruijne. I'm hosting today the question and answer section. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you're still sharing your screen, so people can't see me, but I will continue with the question.
Okay.
No problem. There were a few questions and they have more or less the same origin. And what I mean is that you gave some very nice examples of best practices, but those are also very species specific or migration direction specific. So one of the questions is, how do you cope with a lot of river systems where the species diversity is very high? So there's a lot of species migrating in different seasons, in different directions, small fish, large fish. Yeah, how do you cope with this?
Yes, it's a very good and very kind of a general question, because it's usually the case and could be the case in many river systems. The answer is that it is site specific, and usually there is not a single measure or practice which could be the answer. When there is a high diversity of fish species with different capabilities and skills, there is usually a combination of different practices need to be applied. And that decision need to be based on local studies regarding to the migratory seasons, the migratory strategies and tactics of the species, and how effective also after implementation one on other measures regarding to, let's say, structural, operational, and so on. And it needs to be followed up and adjusted later on to increase the efficiency as much as species as possible.
Okay, well, thank you for your very comprehensive answer. There are some more questions, so I would like to invite you to answer those directly in the Q&A box. And then I think we'll continue to Nancy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much, and thanks to the questioners for all your questions. I'm going to move on now to Dr. Mathew Ross. He's an aquatic ecologist from South Africa and director of EnviRoss Environmental Impact Studies. He specializes in, he's a multidisciplinary ecological specialist, and he's undertaken biodiversity surveys throughout South Africa and works in aquatic, wetland, and fishway specialist surveys throughout much of the African continent as well. So welcome to you, Mathew.
Thanks very much, Nancy. Just want to share my screen. Okay, I just want to confirm everyone can hear me and see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. Thank you for the introduction. Although I've been an aquatic ecologist and a fish biologist for a number of years, I'm in the lucky position right now to be part of an emerging market within the African context for hydropower development specifically. So much of my presentation is surrounding hydropower development, because that is just where the emerging market in Africa is. So I've been involved in quite a number of projects so far, and yeah, so we'll pick it up from there. I just want to analogy quickly, which I quite like, is where we are right now and where we would like to be in the future. I think that fits what a fishway is completely. To put us in a bit of context, background and historical trends, fishways in Africa, or the fishway trends in Africa, is a very, very broad topic, and I don't think we can paint the whole of Africa with the same brush. I think South Africa sets itself apart to the rest of Africa in terms of in-stream developments and infrastructure developments that have affected riverine systems. I think South Africa has got the majority of their rivers severely affected by habitat fragmentation, where Africa as a whole generally doesn't. So then in Africa in general has tended to lag behind the infrastructure development. So they don't have the river habitat connectivity or disconnectivity, which South Africa largely has. A lot of the inter-Africa in-stream infrastructure was done by your colonial powers of be. They were very small, localized hydropower developments. The technology available to them back then was there were no large-scale dams or large-scale weirs. There were small little off-take weirs, and they just provided for local power generation. So they weren't very significant. They wouldn't significantly impact the riverine systems. But what we're finding right now is there is a massive, rapidly growing hydropower development strategy throughout the African context, because people have realized, especially within the Congo, Nile, and the Zambezi river systems, that there is so much potential for hydropower development. And I wouldn't say it's a relatively cheap way of producing power, but it certainly allows for localized power generation. So you get away with not needing the very long power lines and all that sort of thing. The problem there is what we must be very, very careful of. We are setting a precedence within the African context. Africa generally has a clean slate approach. So one developer, what they get away with or what precedents they set generally sends a trend down the line, whether it's good or bad, to the developer that's going to follow him. So if we've got a developer that's been successfully implementing very, very good ecological sustainability, the authorities then look at that as very favorably, and they impose those restrictions onto the next person. But if we've got somebody that has just done whatever they liked, which is a bad way, then the next developer says, well, they got away with it, why can't we? So we need to be very, very careful of the trends that are set. A question that always rises up in the African context is, but Africa is generally the dark continent and people can just rape and pillage as they go through, and there's no legislature control governing these certain types of developments. But actually nothing could be further from the truth. All these new power developments, and not so much in South Africa, but within the African context, are all subject to funding, and from international resources like your World Bank, your French Development Agency, African Development Bank, and they all have their own standards, but they also abide by IFC standards. And because these funding agencies fund these developments in a phased approach, they are very, very strict in seeing that the particular development abides by ecological sustainability. And if they find that the project is failing in that obligation, then they just pull the funding. So it's a very good way of keeping tabs on what is going on and whether it's done correctly or not. A lot of the government base, especially Uganda and Tanzania and places like that, they also employ or partner with an international board of experts who oversee the management of these strategies. And if that international board of reviewers doesn't like what they see, they also have the power to pull the funding from these projects. So like I said, Africa is actually very, very strict in the African context, very, very strict for ecological sustainability. And it's a very, very positive approach. What's important here, provision for fish migrational freedom, and as well as provision for e-flows, that is now become the norm of all of these larger projects because the precedence has been set for that. And the ecological flows or environmental flow volumes, especially with developments such as run-of-river schemes, is becoming just as important as providing fish passage and fish pass facilities to ensure migratory freedom, because they work hand in hand. So what we're seeing now, the engineers and the energy modelers, they're the ones who count the rands and the cents, and they discern everything to the 5th decimal place. They sit on one side of the table and the biologist sits on the other side of the table. That's why I seem to term it as the black and white scientists versus the gray scientists, because the biologists tend to be a gray approach. It's a very understudied, fish biology in the African context is very understudied discipline. So there are no hard and fast answers to any of these projects. Where the engineers want hard and fast answers, your energy modelers also want your exact figures to feed into that. But what we're finding now is more and more the fishway development requires that multidisciplinary approach. And there's a connection now and a cooperation between the two sides of the table, that we are now working together, and we're coming up with an amicable approach that best serves the industrial water use as well as the ecological water use, which is also a very, very positive move going forward. So what is being done? Removal of one of the strategies has been, the recent strategy has been the removal of redundant in-stream barriers, which restores riverine systems. A very, very recent example of this was removing of dams within the Kruger National Park, which restores the natural flow, the seasonal flows regimes of these systems, and which is termed as restoration of the hydraulic function, which leads to improved sediment transport and functionality, which in turn leads to improved habitat quality. And it's the habitat quality which forms the basis for biological health. And biological health means the food chain gets restored and everybody's happy again. So that's a fairy tale approach. But what about mitigation for larger dams? I mean, just removal of redundant low-level barriers or weirs and all that sort of thing is a relatively simple approach. But what happens when you start dealing with mitigation for large dams or for barriers that are necessary, infrastructure that services the industry, and ones that we can't do away with? That's where you mitigate it with development of an appropriate fishway. Fishway development in the South African context, the National Water Resources authorities like your Department of Water Affairs and people like that, or Department of Water and Sanitation, sorry, they regulate the desirability for retaining habitat connectivity. So what they do is every new project that gets developed, part of their conditions for the licensing authority is to implement mitigation measures, which for habitat connectivity, things like fish passes and fishways and all those sorts of things. The problem with the South African approach is much of the in-stream infrastructure was done before, when it was still an engineering perspective. There was very, very little input from the biological side, and very little consideration was given to the ecological consequence of developing these barriers. So a lot of the trend now is retrospective mitigation measures, and the problem there is, although it's a positive light, the agencies are positive about implementing them. They're extremely expensive to implement because of the retrospective approach. It's very easy to implement something from the design phase, have it included in. So can we have that microphone muted if you don't mind? That's perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah, the problem with retrospective approach to mitigating these impacts is that it's extremely expensive. To have something done right from the beginning, that it's budgeted for from the beginning, it's a fishway is put into the development plans, it's put into the engineering drawings, it's made part of the process from the beginning. Then once the construction crew is on site, it's a case of shuttering and pouring concrete and just shaping it and getting it to run properly because everything's there already. A retrospective approach requires the re-establishment of the entire plant onto the site, and it's very, very expensive to do. So it's very difficult then to motivate serious consideration from the funders specifically. But what is, I again reiterate, very, very promising is that engineers on the projects are increasingly open to embracing the implementation on fishways. Even if it's just a novelty to them, I'm finding that the engineers are enjoying the design of fishways because it's something new to them, and we are running with that. But what I do also like is the engineers are seeing the need for fishways, and even if it's at the expense of the infrastructure or the infrastructure needs, the engineers are still saying we need to service the fishway properly. Costing is also always contentious, so there's a need to streamline the process to make it cheaper. And design and development aimed at simplicity and autonomous operation whilst remaining ecologically functional is also very important. Things like it doesn't need regular maintenance and things like that. It all makes it sediment flushing and all those sorts of things. It just makes it more desirable to keep it going. Fishway development in the African context. Africa offers a largely clean slate approach, like I've said before. So it's very, very easy to motivate because the African context has international funding, and it's very easy then to motivate that they spend the money on an ecologically sound approach, as well as they're compelled to do so on their own financiers. The drivers set by the budget constraints remain relevant, but international funding agencies are more driven by ecological sustainability than by overall cost. They'd like to see a project done properly, and they don't mind paying for it. That is a lovely approach to it. More inclined to consider the expensive mitigation measures because they have the funding to back it. So things like fish-friendly hydropower turbines, looking at monitoring approaches, which requires expensive tagging or sensors and all those sorts of things. These are all European or American-based themes that come through to the African context, and it's nice to see that they are willing to spend the funding on things like that. But we must also understand the development still has to show economical viability. Hydropower is a very nice, it's marketed as a rural development strategy or a socially economic responsible sort of thing to do. But ultimately the developers of a hydropower scheme, it's a business, they're there to make money. So it needs to show economical viability. So we need to find an amicable approach to all of this. Further to what's been done, fishway designs and approaches, there are a multitude of factors that we need to consider. First off, the river hydrologies, the seasonal variations, base flow volumes, flood regimes, all that sort of thing. Sediment loads, debris entrapment, all have to be designed for. Type of infrastructure being developed, and whether it's an abstraction weir or a hydro scheme or a low-level bridge or anything like that. It all depends on what the river or the water levels are doing, so we need to look at that. And it also determines what sort of fish pass or fishway design we're going to be looking at. Fish pass strategies should not interfere with the infrastructure, which is a favorable approach. The larger dams especially, they don't want anything to interfere with anything that could impact structural integrity or dam safety, or even the hydro schemes, they don't want it anywhere near the turbines or things like that, just for the safety sake of things. And the requirements of the development, hydro schemes, or it's a pumping or transfer scheme, irrigation schemes and all that sort of thing, which calls for whether they require accurate hydraulic analysis of the designs, and then things start to get complicated from there. Also, the infrastructure's management strategies and what infrastructure that infrastructure, sorry. If it's a hydro plant, managed as a hydro peaking scenario, we've got a design for that daily or weekly fluctuation, how we do the sediment flushing and where they do it, and how we can integrate that into the flow management of the fishway itself. So formal fishways tend to accommodate these requirements the best because we can accurately draw it out and calibrate the hydraulic characteristics and all that sort of thing, but they're generally set for smaller barriers. Those formal fishways at smaller barriers, I'm talking for between 2 and 10 meters high, so it's your run-of-river schemes, it's your gauging weirs and all those similar projects such as that. They're relatively easily, as engineering allows almost complete customization and flexibility. I mean, you can put your fishway entrance anywhere you like. You can increase your vertical velocities or turbulence levels for sediment flushing. You can do whatever you like, and it's very, very easy and flexible. What we're also looking at now is integrating for eels and eelways into the formal fishway structures, where in the past we had to deal with fish and eels on in a separate structure, where it was hydraulically it was difficult to deal with, and construction, it often had construction constraints in terms of space on the site and all those sorts of things. So we're looking at simplifying the approach by giving a formal fishway that can also cater for eels within the same structure. Well, the only limitation to a formal fishway structure, which I'm finding, is your limitation of your barrier heights. If you consider this one on the left was in the Limpopo province for a water pumping scheme that we recently did. If you consider the drop between pools is about, let's say, 160 to 180 millimeters, and your barrier height's 5 meters. If you divide that 5 meters by your 160 or 180 mils, you're going to land up with 27 pools, or roughly 27 pools. And if each pool is between 1.8 and 2 or 2.2 meters long, you're landing up with a structure that's roughly 50 meters long. And if you've got a 10-meter hawia, that structure is necessary, or practically twice as big as that. And it just becomes too expensive, too cumbersome, and too complicated. So we can't be doing these formal structures for higher than, let's say, 10 meters, okay? The one on the right was for a pumping scheme we did in KZN province for a bulk water supply. You can see it's largely a generic base sort of thing. I'm basing these designs on your standard vertical slot, but with quite a few modifications. So we can't really call it a vertical slot anymore, but it's a largely generic approach, but site conditions dictate how we tweak the different design features, and also your fish community structures, tweak your hydraulics and your technicality which happens within these systems. But that's basically what we're doing for your smaller schemes. What are we doing for your higher schemes now? In the African context, we're looking at a lot of larger hydro schemes as well as irrigation scheme dams and things like that. And I'm talking from between 10 and 60 meters high. From there, because we can't look primarily at a formal structure, we need to look at a much bigger innovative approach, which gives it a bit of an artistic flair to it. There's a far greater reliance on your site characteristics. I mean, we need to utilize what is on site. We can't make everything artificial because then it becomes too expensive to implement. So we try and make the best use of the natural characteristics of the site. The more natural the site characteristics can be utilized, the more and greater the chances of implementation. I mean, we have to convince somebody to spend their money on this, and the cheaper we can make it, the greater our chances are of actually getting it implemented. So very much a hybrid approach is often necessary. We look at a formal structure in some areas, or we look at a natural structure in other areas. Just to highlight a project that has just gone through to a client now.
Matthew, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if you could draw it to a close. Sorry,
yes,
I'm really
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Thank you so much.
This, if you just look here, here's the main system here. This is a very big hydro scheme that's been developed in Tanzania, 60-meter high dam wall. And this was a project that they didn't even consider a fishway, but we managed to convince them to look at least the feasibility of it. And we have now just recently proven that it is feasible. We looked at a tributary stream over here. We had to get a connection between the upstream reservoir and the tributary stream, which will be an artificial canal. We had the problem of the distance for attraction flows between the base of the infrastructure and the fishway entrance. So we've had to build a small impoundment on this stream to raise the water level to allow a gravity-fed artificial channel to give better attraction flows and better fishway entrance sighting. So this looks like it's a project which is going to be implemented. Just a 3D GIS model, just from the upstream. We looked at various alternatives on what to do, but that is the one that was pictured before, which is the best. You see there's just some excavation is needed to allow for gravity flow. If you look at that from downstream, that's the little stream coming out there, but you can see the distance. The fish would find it quite difficult to find this entrance to the fishway if your bulk of water is coming out over there. So to fix that, we would impound that little stream, put an artificial channel to get the fishway entrance going into there. So in conclusion, it's a very, very exciting time for fishway development and fish migrational as a mitigation measure within the African context. And it's extremely positive to see that the developers as well as the funders are embracing this 100%. In fact, I've got a meeting now with mine managers to retrofit 4 fishways on their hydro schemes, and they're very, very keen to hear what we have to say. So yeah, very, very positive. And thank you for the time, and I apologize for overstaying my welcome. Thank you so much.
No, I'm so glad we did get to see your last few slides. It was great that you could put those in. Wilco, I'm not sure what you think. I think we might need to move on, but I'll take your advice, Wilco, for.
Yes, well, maybe one quick question, if that is okay. It refers to the opening of Professor Smit in the beginning. He also said that the number of publications and data available is often lacking in the region. How do you cope with that when designing fishways and determining e-flows?
You know, that's the problem in the African context is even the fish species are so understudied. So how do we come up with swimming abilities? How do we know what the swimming limitations are? During my PhD actually focused on biological requirements for fishways within the South African context. And we did a lot of fish swimming abilities studies from under controlled conditions, and we did all that sort of thing. And we can extrapolate that data across to what we're looking here within the broader African context. Obviously, I don't vouch for 100% confidence limit. We are still part of an emerging science, and we learn. Every project teaches us something that we'll implement at the next project. So very often we're told to focus on only those conservationally significant fish, and but my approach is always more holistic than that. But so we tend to cater for within erring on the side of caution, and we go for a very conservative hydraulic characteristic of these fishways, so that we can cater for a very much broader spectrum. So we're putting up quite a broad safety aspect just to ensure that we are able to cater for a very broad spectrum of fish. But yes, data is sorely lacking. And the problem with all of these is many of these fishways haven't been implemented. They're in the conceptual design stage. And so monitoring hasn't necessarily been implemented yet either. So we don't have hands-on data to whether it is working or not. But it's based on a sound scientific approach. It's based on trends internationally, and it's based on what we've seen work in the South African context as well. So, but each project is a learning curve for the next one. And
okay.
Another sorry, is that these are all commercial developments, and they're all subject to NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. So to publish this data is only going to be within the next couple of years, once it is implemented and once it is working. And that's another stumbling block as well. But yes, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, very clear. Thank you very much. I think you had a very clear presentation as well, because there's not too many questions, but of course you're invited to answer those in the Q&A section.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Great. Thank you both so much. And yeah, please do look at the chat and keep the conversation and questions going there. Thanks so much, both of you. So we'll move on to Robin. Robin Peterson. He's a freshwater ecologist working at SANParks, the South African National Parks, and he's based, lucky for him, he works at Kruger National Park and manages freshwater ecosystems and implements research programs there. Robin, I'm going to hand over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Nancy, and good afternoon to all. Just share my screen with you.
Great. If you could do full screen, that would be great.
Yeah, I think I'm there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about restoring the river connectivity in Kruger National Park in South Africa. And thanks for also inviting me. I'd like to be part of this African Swimways webinar. I think this is a really great and positive initiative. I just want to thank my co-authors on this presentation. I think they've just been fantastic over the last couple of years now. Stephen Mitzi, I don't think any of the work I'm going to show you now could be done without him. Dr. Edith Adele was a good colleague of mine, and Vashni Govender. So I want to thank them and thank them for the photos and everything they've been helping me with to put this presentation together. So just briefly, I want to explain to you just the river systems of the KMP. The Kruger National Park is in the sort of northeastern part of South Africa, and it covers about 2 million hectares. It's one of our flagship conservation areas in South Africa. And there's a lot of river systems in our park. We have about 600 kilometers of perennial river systems and close to 30,000 kilometers of seasonal and ephemeral streams. So the big river systems that we have is the Limpopo and the Nkomati. The Limpopo is in the northern half of the park and the Nkomati in the southern half. And in the 5 sort of major perennial rivers that flow through the park is from the south is the Crocodile River. Moving north, you get the Sabi, the Olifants, Letaba, and the Lavuvu River right up north. The Kruger Park is quite a biodiversity hotspot, particularly for aquatic ecosystems and aquatic biodiversity. This is the snapshot of the fish that you can expect in the park. There's close to about 46 species, and about 20 of those are sort of long-distance migrators. So the biggest threat, or one of the biggest threats at least, to a lot of our fish and aquatic biodiversity in the park is barriers. Edith Adele has coined this little term, Kruger National Park rivers in a sea of dams. And this map illustrates it quite perfectly to you that there's so many dams just surrounding and within the Kruger National Park that there seems to be barriers just about everywhere. So if you look at the little blue tick marks, those are all gauging weirs, which are barriers. The major dams are the black, big black dots. The white dots, if you can see it, is all dams that belong to our Department of Water and Sanitation. And the planned dams that are sort of in the pipeline and might be developed over the next few years is these red dots. And very importantly, a lot of all the major rivers that flow through the park are transboundary rivers that are shared with Swaziland. The Crocodile section in the south, Mozambique, flows out into Mozambique, into the Indian Ocean, and a little bit with Botswana and Zimbabwe in the top north with the Limpopo River. So these are transboundary systems, and it does exist in the ocean, which also works with migratory fish, and hence the plenty of barriers in the system that we have. This is specifically now zoomed into Kruger Park, and South Africa has been probably from the 60s and 70s on a big dam building mission, to put it quite lightly. So in Kruger Park, the first dam was built in, well, this concrete structure in 1931. And till present, you probably have about 43 now concrete and earthen dams. And you can see messages focus on the big black dots. Those are all sort of larger weirs and barriers that are there. And then the red dots are all the dams that was built in KNP over the last few decades. But ourselves, most recently now, we have sort of acknowledged and understood river connectivity, not necessarily understood it, but acknowledged it and tried to improve our river connectivity in the park. So over the last, let's say, 10 years now, almost close to 15 years, SANParks has been striving to remove a lot of these old and redundant and probably obsolete weirs and dams in the park. And I think we were very lucky. I think it was an opportunity of mutual relationships and partners with our South African Defence Force. So we have a partnership with them that the Defence Force does the demolitions for us. And that is a good training ground for their forces to practice demolitions and explosives training and exercises there. So I think over the last, let's say, 15 years or so, you can put it that way, removed about 21 structures now. And moving forward, we still have a good number planned for phase demolition. The phases take about every 3 years. We might demolish quite what's called a large dam. And the reason for that is because when we do the demolitions and the restorations, there's a a really good poverty or sort of social relief program called Expanded Public Works Program, the EPWP program, and they will rehabilitate the site for us. Where they'll be recycling rubble and removing rubble from the site. So I think for the whole process from demolition to rehab to sort of completely remove the structure takes about 2 to 3 years. So to just illustrate you a couple of case studies that we've done over the last 2 or 3 years now. And yeah, I'll show you some nice pictures, and you wanted to look at some boring text all the time. So what I'll do is I will just illustrate to you on the Shingrizzy catchment. So the Shingrizzy is about sort of in the northern catchment in the park. It's sort of on this area over there. I won't mess around now. But basically, we removed the Kanidoort Dam there in 2018. The Kanidoort Dam was quite a large dam, and this was a study done in the early 2000s by the former section ranger there. And apparently, you know, about 19 fish species were no longer found downstream of the barrier, and 13 species were upstream of the barrier. In 1992, they built a fishway on the Kanidoort Dam. Although some species sort of came back, or there was some movement sort of below and above the barrier, to date we're looking at they might have caused some irreversible or local extinction of the species there. So it just gives you a good illustration and a good study actually to show you the impacts of barriers in a river system. So this is what the dam looked like previously, and the first slide I showed you, that was part and during the demolition, the big explosion there. This is during the demolition phase on Kanidoort, on the Shingrizzy River. So you can see they'll blow up little sections and blocks as they move through it. And this is the expanded public works teams that they will go in now and start removing all the rubble and rehabilitate the site. They will sort all that rubble out into various size classes of rock and stone and gravel. And that will be reused again. So it will be recycled and largely for maintenance of roads, and also to a large extent gabion structures where we seem to be finding erosion areas. We will definitely use these rocks to build gabions there. And this is the completed dam as it is now. This photo was taken probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and where there used to be a big dam, there's no longer a dam there. So this is one of our very, very successful restoration projects, and I think we're quite proud of this demolition that took place here. The one that we just did a demolition or a dam removal literally 2 weeks ago, and yeah, thanks Stephen. Stephen did a great job. It was a really exciting demolition that we did on the Letaba River. So the Letaba River is sort of in the middle of the park, you can just see there, and it's also a shared water source. It flows into the Olifants River and into Mozambique and out the Indian Ocean. And this is what the Migratory Dam is, the name of the dam. This is what it looked like before. So you can see it was quite a large structure within the river. Put some explosives to the dam wall. It's a really great photo. And this is the dam wall now taken about last week. So completely removed the structure. You know, it's back to free-flowing rivers, and we are really, really excited and proud of this restoration project that we did about a week ago. Here's what it was done a little bit earlier, maybe a couple of years ago in the 2000s. It's a lot smaller, but I just want to show you through it to give you a good idea of as a sort of during the demolition and the rehab. And this is now quite recently. You had no idea that there was a barrier there. So I think these restoration projects are, you know, it's a good illustration of how really effective they are, and that they can really get the system back to its more natural state. In the Kruger Park, we have about 16 fishways. I think you can -2 now from Kanidoort and Migratory Dam. But we're not going to remove all the dams. There's only the ones that are redundant and obsolete. This is a big dam called the Engelhard Dam. It's on the Letaba River as well. But if dam removals are not an option, then we do, on most of our big barriers like this, have fishways along them. This is the Engelhard fishway, and we have been monitoring this fishway for a couple of years, and it is quite a successful fishway. And scattered across the park, we do have quite a few fishways that some of them work better than others. I think we started building fishways maybe it was close to the 60s and 70s. So that time the technology and knowledge and design is probably not at its best. But I think moving forward, we do actually have quite high-tech fishways that was recently built on the Beluli Weir on the Olifants River. It's a twin vertical slot fishway. Probably just struggling a bit with maintenance of that fishway. But other than that, there's quite a new technology fishway that we are building in the national park. So moving forward, we are doing restoration work now, and SANParks ourselves in collaboration with our partners. We've been working very closely with Gordon O'Brien and Nico Smit from looking at fish migration, restoration projects. And, you know, we have a lot of work more to do. I think we focused on the fish a bit more than we're looking at the sediment transport, recolonization dynamics, local extinctions. So we have quite a lot of work to do, and it's quite exciting work that we're engaging with now. Yeah, we're really happy about that. And I think the information that we're going to collect over the next couple of years will definitely inform future restoration projects. I think the data and opportunities that we have in the Kruger Park here is quite unique. Particularly in Africa, we're not quite aware of a lot of dam removals or barrier removals at the moment. So we have quite a unique opportunity in the Kruger Park to generate some very informative data. The little picture at the bottom there is Silverfish Dam. This dam is probably, hopefully, in the next couple of years, this will be on our list for removal as well. If you see in the far end on your right-hand side, there is a fishway on this dam. It's probably not the best designed fishway, but although there is a fishway on it, but we think a full river restoration here would actually free up the river and be a lot more effective than the fishway there. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Robin. Very exciting work, and really great that there's long-term monitoring plan to, you know, over the many years to come to watch the system. So that's fantastic. Unfortunately, we can't allow questions. We're running a little bit over time, but please do put all the questions for Robin into the chat, and also maybe right at the end of the session, the day session, there might be chance. It's really great to hear the interaction between people asking the questions. So thanks again to all our speakers for this session. Great talks. I'm going to hand over to Kerry, waiting for her interview. Thanks again, everyone.
Hi, thank you so much, Nancy. It was a good start to the webinar. It's really great. We're going to go to the Netherlands on location. Herman Wanningen is sitting there. If you can see him on his with his video. And yeah, he's key in the development of African Swimways, and many of you know him as the creator of World Fish Migration Day, and his mission is to save migratory fish in rivers around the world. And he says, removing dams is the most effective ecological restoration measure for rivers. So Herman, welcome. Tell us about why you say that, and where you're sitting, and yeah.
Hey, thanks, Kerry. I hope everybody can see me. I'm in the Netherlands at the Haringvlietsluizen, which is at the background. You see the entrance of the Rhine, which is one of the 3 entrances of the River Rhine. And I'm here because it's a special place. There are something special is going to happen here, and is already happening. I'll tell you a little bit more, but I want to go back in time a little bit, because if you go back 200 years in time, perhaps, we had in the Netherlands, we had rivers full of fish, rivers full of salmon, sturgeon, and they all moved upstream. And especially the salmon, they traveled thousands of kilometers towards Germany and Switzerland. And we have been blocking our rivers since by industrialization, urbanization, agricultural use. We have completely turned over our delta into a manageable delta with these kind of structures behind me. And we are doing this because we want to be safe, we want to have dry feed, we want to have agriculture and so on. But that had a consequence. The rivers full of fish are not there anymore. They're quite empty, so to say. So we have been learning from our mistakes in the past that if you really block rivers full with weirs and dams, that you at the end have no rivers full of fish anymore. And just recently a report came out about forgotten fish. It came out on Monday, and fish, you don't see them, and if you don't see them, people don't really care. And I know that people care, but if you don't see them, yeah, what's the problem? And with migratory birds, you see them flying, and you see them. A lot of people love migratory birds, but fish are a bit forgotten. And we hope with the World Fish Migration Foundation that we are going to change that, and together with our partners all over the world. And we came up with a lot of solutions in the last 20 years. We are building fishways, we are opening up rivers by removing old weirs, and especially in Europe there are 100,000 old weirs and dams that can be removed in the next, say, 20, 30 years. And even the European Union has a target now of reopening 25,000 kilometers of rivers by removing old structures, old dams and weirs. And here at the Haringvlietsluises, Rijkswaterstaat, I'm in the building of Rijkswaterstaat, and it's a national water authority, and they have opened the sluices again for fish. And so every tide when the water comes up again, they open the sluices and water is going inside again. And the fish can move upstream again. And they are monitoring this. And yeah, they are counting already like 100 million fish in 1 year passing the system. So that's a big step forward. They're testing it. They're learning every day, like, how is it going? They don't want to have all of saltwater intrusion all over the Netherlands. So it's like a controlled system, but it's a big step forward for the Rhine. And also at the other entrances, the other 2 entrances of the Rhine, there are also new measures are taking place. So that's a big step forward in our goal to work together on an international level in the Netherlands with German water authorities, Swiss water authorities, and so on, French, to open up the Rhine again. And I think we're on our way. We have learned a lot. We're still learning, and that's something I really want to say here. It's a learning curve, and I think Mathew also said it. One thing I would like to say, final word, is that with fishways, it's really hard if you construct fishways, that you will always have to see if all fish use it, if it works all year round, if you have to maintain it as well, because I know quite a lot of fishways which are not maintained and don't function anymore. I've got an amazing figure. Only 30% of the fishways in the Netherlands really work well. So 60 to 70% doesn't work well. So we have a big target here to change that. So thank you, Carrie. I hope this answers your questions, and I want to wish you luck with your seminar and the webinar, and all the people who have been part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one last question for you, Herman. We're all curious, what is your favorite migratory fish and what is your favorite river?
The Sabi River in Kruger National Park.
Yeah.
I went there a couple of years ago. I met Robin, I met Gordon, and it was so inspiring. And we went fishing, and we caught, and you also, Carrie, you caught it.
Of course, tigerfish.
I caught a tigerfish. So my favorite fish is tigerfish. Amazing fish.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Herman. Wonderful.
Bye.
Wow. Okay, great. So that was really interesting to hear what they're doing in the Netherlands and in the Rhine. We have 166 attendees for this next session. So I would like to give it over to Nancy to start the next session with our presenters. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kerry. I'm going to move directly into our first speaker. It's Professor Abebe Getahun. He's Professor of Aquatic Biology at the Department of Zoological Sciences at Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. And his interests include diversity, conservation, aquaculture, aquaponics, and he's a member of 9 professional societies, including I'm going to say it incorrectly, but PAFA and IFASA. And he's been awarded 21 prestigious awards and fellowships, including grants for his work on migratory yellowfish in Lake Tana. So welcome, we look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for a very kind introduction. I will try to upload my presentation. I hope.
Great, we can see it.
Is it okay now?
Yes, that's perfect. Over to you, thanks.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be talking about labiobarbus species of Lake Tana in Ethiopia. If I give you some highlight on Lake Tana is one of the lakes in Ethiopia, actually the largest lake in Ethiopia. And we call it the blue heart of Ethiopia because its shape is like heart. And its position is thoracic on the northwestern part of Ethiopia, and it's the source of the Blue Nile, which is a major tributary of the Nile. And more importantly, we have very important fish species in this lake. 21 endemics are found in this lake, and 18 of them are labiobarbus species, making the only remaining cyprinid species flock in the world because they have great scientific importance. They are considered to be natural heritage of the country and actually the world. And they are also economically important in the fisheries. Beyond that, they are migratory, migrating to tributary rivers of Lake Tana. They are considered to be, some of them are vulnerable, and one species is considered by IUCN as endangered species. So we give emphasis to this species. What are the threats? I will mention some of these major threats over these fish species. Habitat degradation, as we know, it is abbreviated in HIPPO. HIPPO means habitat degradation, introduction of alien species, pollution, and overexploitation. These are the major threats over biodiversity of aquatic resources. And watershed degradation, over obstruction of water for irrigation purposes, recession agriculture, not having buffer zones around the lake, construction of dams at the different tributaries of the lake, and irrigation schemes all around the lake, as you can see from this picture, some of these structures. And another threat which had emerged recently in 2011 is water hyacinth. It has covered a considerable area of the lake. It's about 130 kilometers along the shore, especially on the eastern and northeastern part of the lake. And especially at areas where the rivers join the lake, it has become very difficult for the fish to aggregate at the river mouth and start migrating upstream. So this has become a very serious problem in Lake Tana and its tributary rivers. Another threat is pollution. Obviously, this is a beautiful lake, and there are resorts and hotels constructed at the shores of the lake. And unfortunately, there is no serious monitoring how these hotels and resorts release their wastes. And usually, and I think mostly, they release directly into the lake's water. And this has been a serious problem to the life within the lake. Another serious threat is overexploitation. As I said, there is fishery activity within the lake. There are about 5,000 reed boats operating, and there are about 200 motorized boats, and over 3,500 fishermen are operating in this lake. And as I said, labiobarb species are one of the targets in this operation, and hence the fishermen are not properly regulated. They use illegal gears like monofilament nets, which are indiscriminate, and this are again creating problems to this migratory fish. When during their time of migration, usually during the rainy season of July to September, October, the local people come out in mass using any type of material like spear, stone, stick, mosquito net, what have you. They block their routes and catch them in mass. And these are, as we know, migratory fish ready to spawn and with thousands of eggs, and they are caught before reaching their spawning site, unfortunately. So what mitigation measures are we trying to implement, and are we advising the decision makers, policy makers to implement? One is watershed rehabilitation. Obviously, the watershed, especially the riparian watershed, is very important for keeping aside the nutrients that's coming from non-point sources from the agricultural lands. Buffer zone delineation is another action that needs to be taken that regulates recession agriculture. And we are also advising appropriate use of irrigation technology like drip irrigation rather than furrow irrigation that abstracts water from the lake without limits, and construction of fish passes in certain of the dams around the lake, and also regulates the fisheries, limits the number of fishermen operating in the lake, and also monitor the fishing gears that these fishermen are using. Another mitigation measure that we are practicing is alternative fisheries in order to reduce the pressure from the capture fisheries. I think culture fisheries has to be introduced around Lake Tana, and this is being implemented in some parts around the lake using ponds and also recirculating systems. These are at experimental level actually, but this would help reduce the pressure from the capture fisheries, obviously. Another thing that we are participating in is in control of water hyacinth, and we are advising, and the authorities are using integrated approach, largely physical removal of the water hyacinth using machine and human labor, but biological control and utilization of the water hyacinth itself is being experimented. So removing the water hyacinth would help this fish swim upstream without hindrance. In worst case scenarios, we are also doing some experiments of artificial propagation of this species in the lab using carp pituitary extract and ovaprim hormones to induce them and release their gametes, and then produce the fingerlings and restock the lake. This is also at experimental level, and our graduate students are working on this. Another thing is emulation trial. Again, in worst case scenarios, we are trying to emulate the natural breeding habits and habitats by constructing artificial pond and canal, and then put the right adults in the pond so that they will be motivated to swim up into the canal and release their gametes. And this has been successful preliminarily, and will continue doing such experiments. The other thing is education. Obviously, awareness creation is very important, raising awareness of the community, the fishermen, decision makers, extension workers. And we have been doing this since 2014 with World Fish Migration celebrations. And in 2014, we have marched through the streets of Bahar Dar, that's the town adjacent to Lake Tana, and with police march, and we're able to attract attentions of the community. And we have also distributed leaflets and also conducted a seminar on that day. Similarly, in 2016, we also celebrated the World Fish Migration Day through different activities, including running through the streets of Bahar Dar. Bahar Dar is one of the big cities in Ethiopia, which is located adjacent to Lake Tana, and also reed boat competition. And this was, this was noted by several people, including decision makers, and I think it helped to raise awareness on the danger that is looming over this migratory fish. In 2018, we took the initiative to take part in the removal of water hyacinth around one of the river mouths entering into Lake Tana, and this was also a successful celebration. In 2020, again, we went to one of the irrigation dam sites, which is actually obsolete. It was not used for irrigation purposes. It has some technical problems, and we were asking for its demolition. As Robin showed us, I think this is a dam that needs to be demolished as soon as possible. And we are appealing to the authorities that it's not of use for irrigation, but it's blocking the migratory route of this fish. So in other instance, we are also trying to promote profile of this fish, especially the endangered and vulnerable ones, on an official stamp of the government of Ethiopia, and we're able to do that. And we have also produced a book on fish of Lake Tana, a guidebook, and also fish of Ethiopia, in which the biology, ecology, and other aspects of this migratory fish is included. Finally, I would like to thank those who have helped us through the years to do all this job. Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund, Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, Reform Foundation, Bahar Dar University, Gondar Addis Ababa University, and my colleagues and graduate students. Thank you all for your attentions.
Thank you so much for an overview of such a wide reach of your projects. It's fantastic to see. Wilco, I'm going to go quickly to you. Do you think we for one quick question?
Yes, there were only two questions, and they're even the same, so it becomes one. And there's not many questions, so your presentation was very clear. Thank you very much for all the information. There's a lot going on in Lake Tana, and the question is about the aquaculture as a replacement for catching wild fish. The question is what kind of species are used? Are those native species, local species, or not?
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, this is a good concern, environmental concern of our culture. We're aware of that, and we're using indigenous species, Oreochromis niloticus nile tilapia, and African catfish, that's Clarias garipinus. These are the two important aquaculture species. So they are indigenous, and there is no much environmental concern.
All right. Well, that's I think a relief for the attendees who asked the question. Thank you very much for this answer, and I think we'll continue quickly to Nancy to proceed with the agenda. Thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll move on next to Celine. Celine Hansen, an aquatic ecologist from South Africa. She has a PhD in ecological science from University of KwaZulu-Natal. She focuses on spatial ecology and the distribution and conservation of African freshwater eels. And she's passionate about them and their indicator status, because how well they fare depends on how well we manage our water resources. And she's particularly interested in the ecological connectivity, and I'm going to hand over to her to tell us more about this. Thanks so much, Celine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. So we're going to talk about freshwater eels in Africa. And specifically, I'm going to talk to you about our region, which is the Western Indian Ocean region, which includes all the east coast of Africa. So I'm not going to talk about Northern Africa. So freshwater eel or anguillid eels, they can be found all across east of Africa. So from basically Cape Town to Somalia, and also in the islands, Reunion, Mauritius, Madagascar. They have a long and complex life history, and they're long distance migratory fish. So this means that they are born at sea, somewhere off the Mascarene Plateau, which is around that integration point. But they will spend most of their life in freshwater. The idea is that our 4 African species could be breeding there, but some of them could actually be coming from much further away through the equatorial current. So they're going to be born here, and they're going to be transported by the current through oceanic currents, and they're going to reach our coast and migrate up our rivers. So the important things with eels is that they can be flagship species because they really do need ecological connectivity between freshwater and the ocean, but also at a catchment scales. So in South Africa, we have 4 freshwater eel species, which is basically a quarter of eel biodiversity in the world. And I do think we're the only one in Africa with 4 eel species. And in the north, they also actually have the European eels. So that's 5 eels for the entire continent. So here, the first one is Anguilla marmorata, the giant mottle eel, who has a very wide distribution. What you can see in blue is the liturgical distribution by the red list of IUCN. And all the points are occurrence data freely available through the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. As you can see, there's not a lot of point, and in Africa, we don't cover the entire theoretical distribution. The species is least concerned because of its very wide distribution. Now on to the short-finned eel, which is Anguilla bicolor, who also has a very broad distribution. It can also be found in Africa and all the way to the Pacific. However, that species has been listed as near threatened, and it's also exploited for food. Third one, the African mottled eel, Anguilla bengalensis, also has quite a broad distribution area, but it's split between 2 subspecies. So in Africa, we call it the African mottled eel, but in India, they call it the Indian mottled eel, but it's actually the same species. So as you can see, it also has a very broad distribution in Chile, but there's only maybe 4 points available publicly. That's public data. That's not, maybe some research group will have their own data, but that's not yet publicly available. So when you start a project on eel, that's what you start with, and it's not too much. And this species is also near threatened. The last one is kind of our flagship species in Africa. It's the only freshwater eel that is only found in Africa. So we could call it endemic to Africa. It seems like it has quite a big distribution across the region, from Cape Town up to Kenya. But as you can see, all these points are occurrence data, and they're pretty much all clumped in South Africa. So that is to say that we know very little about our freshwater eels. We don't know where they are exactly, how many we have, where and when they breed, and yeah, basically a lack of knowledge about their ecology and life stages. So, and the species has been recently classified as near threatened because of some work we did here in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm going to talk about it a bit later. So why should we worry about eel? What should we care about them? What threat are they facing? Eel all around the world face similar issues. A major one would be barrier to migration, because they need to move between the sea, between the river, and across a catchment scale. So they're going to face issues with flow and habitat alteration, problem with water quality, and then problem with exploitation and illegal trade, and also alien invasive. And that's only for freshwater. So because they spend part of their life in the marine environment, they're also going to have to face threats related to that environment, which I'm not an expert, but it's basically going to be related to global and climate changes. So here on these photos, you can have example of our team happily picking up trash in one of our local rivers, and then a clear example of a barrier in South Africa. So to give you an idea of what's happening to our African eel, let's take the example of Anguilla mozambica, the endemic longfin eel. So we've been looking at their distribution and change in distribution. So this is KwaZulu-Natal, which is one of the provinces of South Africa. And everything you see in red is all data we collected since the 1800s regarding their distribution. So basically, in an ideal world, that's where they should be. If we look at data for the last 30 years, that's how it looks like. You can see there's a bit of shrinking. So basically, we could say that everything you see in red here is a distribution range we lost. And if we look in the last 5 years, it's even worse. And you can see, we can see quite a dramatic change, decline in their distribution range. So yes, things are not great for our African eel, but let's not be all doom and gloom. And there are things we can do, and there are solutions. First thing, the most important thing, and that's valid for basically all other African fish species, is that we need to close the knowledge gap. There are many aspects of their biology and ecology we don't know, and it's obviously difficult to conserve and manage species if we don't understand them. Also, once we have all that relevant information, that's when we need to work to get the work used and applied, and push for science-based policy making that must address these issues. And then finally, I think it's really important to engage with the general public and our communities. So for instance, in terms of closing the knowledge gap, there's a very cool project I'm involved with. We are 4 institutions in 3 different countries, all across the East African eel range. So it's South Africa, Mozambique, and Kenya, and we're also trying to get the island involved. We have a lot of students, and there's a lot of work, and we're looking at closing the gap in some part of their migratory ecology. So we're looking at when small eels are coming in the rivers, and when they're going back to the sea. And we're also very much interested in learning about their role in fisheries. Do people eat them? Do they have cultural and spiritual importance? And how this can help us to use flagship eels as flagship species to help and conserve our rivers and our fisheries. So as I said, we are concerned, obviously, on a possible and continued decline of our African species. And it's not naive, I think, to think that things are going to get worse, not in the so not distant future. So we do recommend the implementation of transboundary e-flow policies, and these must take into account ecologist process, including ecological connectivity. They are a fish passage solution, as Matt showed us, and they should be explored. And if a dam is already there, we should also explore retrofitting solution, especially for eels. There's a lot of small, easy, low-cost solution for different life stage, but they're not necessarily including other fish species. I also really believe that in the future, whenever we build new dams, as Matt said, they should include a solution for fish passage, which is not always easy, but apparently, which I didn't know, it's better if you have international funding for building these big development. I also think that, as Herman said, that any barrier that is not in use and that is not adequate anymore and outdated should be removed. And we also should not overlook small barriers like weirs and small barriers we think, they don't have an impact. That's something we should not overlook, because they do have impact on long distance migratory species that needs catchment scale. So we also have good laws and regulation in South Africa and in the rest of Africa, but the problem is that they're not necessarily enforced, which is an issue if you can just pollute whatever river and go free. Well, that's obviously not going to work in the long run. And the last thing is that we should monitor our population, whether they're eels or fish. And we should keep on gathering more knowledge on their ecology and biology, especially for eels, because they are umbrella species for aquatic conservation. And so in the Western Indian Ocean region, there's only one country or one region that actually has a plan for conservation, and it's Reunion. And they started a couple of years ago, well, 3 years ago now, it's from 2018, and they're looking at protecting the population and also looking at poaching and looking at making free-flowing rivers. So I think that's an example we should all consider. And to finish on a more positive note, I think it's very important for us scientists to engage with our communities, to give public talks, to engage with social medias, with general media and schools. So here you can see happy faces of citizen scientists for a project we're doing in Turbine in South Africa for recruiting eels. And then a school group with a model of a fish pass during a Fish Fun Day school event a couple years ago. And then finally, I think that little blonde kid was the happiest kid in the world when he helped catch eel with us on a research project. And then we let him measure and help with everything. And I think that just made his day. And I don't think he will ever forget that. So I think it really goes with the World Fish Migration Day motto, connecting fish, people, and river. So this is for me, and thank you so much for your attention. And here's a cool video of an African longfin eel being released after being measured in the Tugela in South Africa. Thank you.
Wonderful. So great to see the video really brings things to life. Thanks so much for that and for the talk. I'm sorry to always rush at the end, but Wilco, I think let's take one question. And
yes, let me start my video. The host has stopped my video, so I can't open it. Well, doesn't mind. There were no questions at all, so thank you for your very clear presentation. I thought, well, I might ask one question myself, and that was if you can share already some first success or some positive news, but you actually ended already with it, with your positive message. But maybe you can give an example of what already has been achieved in the field.
Well, we've been looking at eel behavior, eel distribution, and genetics, and I think our success for us is just closing the gap as much as we can. We've been catching the first glass eel a few months ago, so that was a very big achievement for us. And we also looked at their behavior, and we showed eels don't really move much in winter, which is important when you look at monitoring or doing further research on their behavior, distribution, and ecology. So I think these are the good news. It's yeah, basically more knowledge.
Yeah, so have a better understanding of its behavior and also as critical information for protection, of course. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Then I think we'll proceed to the next speaker. Thank you for your talk.
Great. Thanks so much, Celine. Our next speaker is Marcel Szabo-Meszaros. He's founding member and CEO of the Regional Center for Research and Education for Integrated Development. And in this capacity, he's developing community-based natural resource management projects, especially in the Sitatonga Valley Community National Park in southern Benin. Over to you, Marcel. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you very much. Sharing my screen. I don't know if it's okay. You see my screen?
Yes. Once you do, perfect. That's fantastic. Great. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize for my broken English because I'm not really so strong in English. I will try my best on this. So our studies concern the fish migration mapping in Weme River in Benin, which is one of the longest, the more longer river in Benin. And yes, I will make a short introduction of these studies, present the goals, the methodology we use for these studies, and give the summary of the result and the conclusion we got. So first of all, I want just to, as you already know, the possibility of the moving from one environment to another for the fish especially is very key for the life. So we already talked about different species of fish, of migratory fishes. And yes, as you also already know, half of all migratory fish population have declined in the half of a century, and several fish species are silently disappear every day. And this gradual and drastic reduction is one of the main threats of the food supply of more than 1 billion people in the world. And in Benin, especially, the demand of socio-economic development have led to the activities which recurrent threats to aquatic ecosystems. In Weme Basin, our government have the big project for dams construction, and also the bridge, and we also have the discharge of industrial and domestic waste, and the use of the resources weak the environment and was the real threat to migratory fish. But this situation for us as civil society make us to define a project or to design a project to mobilize all the stakeholders involved in the management of aquatic environment for action in order to save the migratory species and conserving their habitats. That's why we need also to have scientific data to do this, and to achieve this action. So the main goal of our studies was to build up a scientific database on migratory fish species in Weme Basin in order to influence infrastructure development decision of politicians in compliance with environmental and social standards. And specifically, we try to inventory migratory fish or potential migratory fish species in Weme River, and assessing the social economic importance of migratory fish in this river, and try to map the fish migration in this river. So the studies area is, yes, of course, in Benin. Benin is located in the West Africa, and the data was collected between July and August 2020. And we, to choose the migratory fish species, we take in account some criteria as the socio-economic importance, the biology and ecology of the species, the different type of migration, and also the personal knowledge and experiences of the on the species, and also we take the knowledge of the fishermen. So as a result, we found after these studies, we just remarked that migratory fish species are about 14% of the total species, fish species in this river, and we find that different type of migration of fish happen in Weme River. And first we found 12 Putamodromus species. That means fish migrates exclusively in freshwater. That are the most important type of migration we have. And after the Putamodromus, we have the Amphidromus species. We have 4 species. That means the reproduction sites and the main feeding area of those species are located in the same bioma. And we find one species as Catadromus species. It means this species have its reproduction sites located in the sea, and the main feeding area is located in the fresh water. So in total, we have 3 types of fish migration in Weme River. And as a result, in total, we have 17 migratory fish species, which was inventoried. And as you can see, we have the 12 species as Putamodromus. I will not. The only one Catadromus species is Etmalosa fimbriata, and the 4th one, as you can see, are Mugilcephalus, Lucianus guriensis, Porogobius schlegli, and Tarpon atlanticus. And regarding the economical importance of the fish species, the migratory fish species in Weme River, we see that 60% of the local community bordering the Weme River in Benin derive about 70–100% of the total income from fishing activities. So this means if we want to do if we want to develop some project which will affect the fish reproduction or the fish migration, which help to the reproduction, we have to really take care on this. And regarding the economical importance of the fish species, we try to find the top 5 species that was the most expensive fish species. And there are, we find that Gymnarchus niloticus, Clarias gariepinus, Heterotis niloticus, Chrysictis nigrodigitatus, and Momyrus rhum are the top 5 species which was the more expensive fish species as migratory fish in Weme River. And we also try to analyze the economical importance and see the fish species that contribute significantly to the income of the local community. And we find that Clarias gariepinus is the first one, which bring the more income for the local community, and followed by Chrysictis nigrodigitatus. So those 2 species are very key for the local community, and we have to take care on their life, because they bring the most significantly income to the local community. All those are Potamodromus fish, and as we already defined it. And we also see that we have some species, even they don't have any or not have some economical importance, they have social cultural importance for the local community, because they use some of those species as traditional in traditional medicine, such as Momyrus rhum, Shilbe intermedius, Chrysictis nigrodigitatus, and so on. So those species are really important and key for the local community. Okay, we also try to see what was the favorable factor for fish migration, and we saw that the flood is very key for the migration, and we have to take care on this, and try to keep this possibility for the fish for their reproduction. And we try to see what was the position of the project, the dams project of the government in Benin, and we saw that they have the government have 3 projects, 3 dams construction projects are planned to be set up on this river, and those sites already chosen since 1992, but the government now are looking for the donor to implement this project. And now our role as civil society is to use those data to try to save the ecosystemic services. Even they implement those projects. We also try to see on our studies the different bridge and facilities on this, and we saw that on this river we have many bridge around the country, which are not really helpful for the migration of the fish, and cause some problem to the local community regarding the income and the activities. As conclusion, we will just say that These studies on fish mapping of Weme is the first one in Benin. It make possible to see what are the migratory fish species on this river, and also to find out the socio-economic importance. It will serve for us as scientific support for advocacy action towards politicians, and to take into account the social and environmental dimension in the development of dam construction project on this longest river in Benin. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Many thanks for that. Clearly, it's really significant research as being the first piece of work, and really showing the diversity of fish and those really strong links of the reliance of the community. So thank you so much. I'm very sorry, we'll have to move on to the next speaker, but if you could look for the chat and have interaction for people, if you could drop your questions, everyone, into the chat. Thank you again so much for the talk, and we're going to move on to the next person, which is Peter Limbu. And Peter's Fisheries Technical Lead at the Nature Conservancy, and he works at Lake Tanganyika and in that catchment, that full catchment area, and collaborates with research institutions, both local and international, on surveys and research to address the priority fish management issues. And he also works on advocacy and the use of environmentally friendly fishing technologies, such as solar. So I really look forward to hearing about those. Thanks so much, Peter. Over to you.
Hi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I apologize for not being stable to connect throughout the presentation. I'm having some challenge here locally, and therefore I'm using my phone to do this presentation, and my charge is not that much stable today. So my name is Limbu, Peter Limbu. I'm the Lake Tanganyika Fisheries Director for the Nature Conservancy, and I'm on the western part of Tanzania, so directly living on Lake Tanganyika. I'm going to share with you some of the integrated approach that the Nature Conservancy, together with the partners, in this case I mean the government, local government authority, communities, and other organizations that are on Lake Tanganyika. This kind of integrated approach that have been taken to support migratory fish, together with other fish species on the lake. Before I go to my slide, let me start by saying Lake Tanganyika, as you may be very much aware of, is blessed to have thousands of species, aquatic species. Mostly, we usually boast to have more than 300 fish species, some of them very colorful, which are not found anywhere in the world. In terms of how this lake is big, this is really big in terms of depth, and it is the second deepest lake in the world after Baikari in Siberia. And if you take all the water in Lake Michigan, Lake Ontario, and Superior, for instance, you have less water as compared to this water which is on Lake Tanganyika. So this is really deep, and it has a lot of water. The other thing which is very important and relevant to this presentation is that Lake Tanganyika has several migratory fish species which are being affected directly or indirectly by human activities and climate change effects. But here, for the purpose of this talk, I'm going to speak of the major 2 or 3 species which are mainly pelagic and which are the engine of the economy of this lake. I'm going to talk of Lettuce tapersi, commonly known as buka or mgebuka for the Tanzanian side, buka in Zambia, Congo, and Burundi. But also the second species is the Lake Tanganyika sardines. This is very common. It is called scientifically known as Stolothrisa tanganikae. And the third, which is also a sardine, this is called the Limnothrisa myodon. These 3 ones are pelagic and they are the engine of the economy of Lake Tanganyika dwellers. How many people are being supported by Lake Tanganyika? Lake Tanganyika is seated in 4 countries of Burundi, Congo DR, Tanzania, and Zambia. And it is estimated that it supports more than 12 million people on the lake. But in terms of economy, this is employing more than 200,000 people directly in fishing, but also supporting more on the fish processing and other fisheries-based activities and businesses that are on the lake. In terms of nutrition, it is reported through several studies that about 60% of the total animal protein that is eaten on the lake comes from the lake. Most likely, you will see the contribution of these kind of migratory fish species together with other near-shore species that are on the lake. So with that initial remark, let me allow now to proceed to slide number 1. Please allow me to go to slide number 1, please. Yeah, next. Can you click again? Yes, there you are. Right, yes, there you are. So as you look on this slide is trying to summarize what I was speaking, the deepest lake. You can see the depth is there, but also it shows how big in terms of the basin, covering about 32,000 kilometers square, but it carries 17% of the total world fresh water on the land, on the world. But one key important that I wanted to note on this is the risk that this lake is seated at. This lake has only one outlet. You can see hundreds of rivers and tributaries that are all flowing into Lake Tanganyika. But unfortunately, Lake Tanganyika is only having one outlet called Kruger, which is on the Congo side. That particularly is giving risk on all the pollutants that are going to be accumulated on the lake. So everything that is being washed from the pesticides, from all other you name all the pollutants that are, all these are limited exit. If you look at the red rectangle, the flashing time of this lake is estimated to be about 7,000 years. But the residence of this water is estimated to be 440 years. This means pollutants that are getting into the lake, we will be lucky if they get broken through other means, including oxidation and so on. But we are not going to expect that they will soon be exited through emptying of the lake, because the residence time of this water is about 440 years, and the flashing period is at the cycle of after 7,000 years. This is giving a lot of risk to this lake, and especially now as climate change sets in, what is going to be mostly affected, not only the near shore, but the pelagic fisheries that I was talking about, the migratory species are going to be negatively impacted by this kind of the nature of the lake itself. Next slide, please. So yeah, on this slide, you will see climate change. This is a series of challenges that have been recognized and identified and quantified and reported by researchers, that climate change and warming of water has been reported several times. A recent report by Cohen of 2016 detailed a lot about this impact, although it was not much exhaustive on the other factors that are also negatively impacting the catch, and causing decline on the Lake Tanganyika fisheries. But as you can see, most of apart from the climate change, which is highlighted in red, but the human population and human impact are sending a lot of pressure, poor land use, poor farming practices. I'm talking of unsustainable agricultural practices, deforestation. All these combined are sending a lot of sediment to the lake. Significant amount of sediment on the lake have been recognized and compared by researches and studies, especially when you look at locations or areas that are protected where there's no human activity, such as the areas close to Mahale National Park. Studies already show little sediment accumulation on the areas close to Mahale National Park as compared to areas that are having free access with the communities. But also, we are very much anticipating that areas that are protected by local communities, named as the fish breeding sites, they are going probably to have the same impact in the near future. So, as you look at these factors, you see that illegal fishing activities, which is very significant on this lake, is not only threatens the fisheries itself, including the fish migratory species, but it is causing challenge even to access to food, to protein food itself, because of the destruction of the potential habitats and critical habitats on the lake. So this part was aiming only to highlight a few challenges that are either caused by human population or human activities, but also the natural, some of them are also contributing to climate change, but we can also see the natural calamities and natural effects that are affecting the migratory fish species. But with all these challenges, if you look at them, these are challenges that cannot be managed by a single strategy approach. If you look at the poor land use, you are not going to do enforcement, to do enforcement in fisheries to alleviate the poor land use and address the challenges. If you look at unsustainable farming practices or agricultural practices, this is going to need a separate discussion, a separate platform to discuss issues of how this is going to be managed sustainably, not to send soil, floods, sediments to the lake to cover the fish breeding sites and habitats. If you look at deforestation, all these are going to need separate mechanisms of addressing them. Pollution, domestic industrial challenges. If you look at the illegal fishing activities and so on. So in order to bring safety to fishery migratory species and other nearshore fish species, the Nature Conservancy came with an integrated approach, which is bringing all these stakeholders on the table to discuss on how they can equitably share their portions to address the challenges which in the near future or probably in the longer term will provide a sustainable solution to the migratory fish species, but also saving the huge biodiversity of Lake Tanganyika. Next slide, please. Yes, in this slide, we're trying to share a bit of some work that were done by community. Although I forgot perhaps to mention that our collaboration, the Nature Conservants, work hand in hand with the government, all the way from the ministry down to the village, the community. And therefore, the work that you see here on your right, this is an approved local community reserves, commonly on Lake Tanganyika on the Tanzanian side, known as fish breeding sites. In total now, there are about 15 fish breeding sites that have been approved and protected by the local communities themselves. The government has intervened to give them support through Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute to assess the biodiversity and abundance of species that are on these sites already. And most of them are critically having some species, and it is very this is very exceptional that on Lake Tanganyika you cannot guarantee that one critical habitat is having all the critical fish species, even the colorful ones. They are usually divided or spread all across the lake, depending on the characteristics of the habitats or the water quality of the habitats that individual species, especially the near shore, would like. So you may find two species of colorful species, most of them endangered, are on site 1. The other ones, although habitat number or site 3 is also great, but you may find that not necessarily all of them in site 1 are in site 2, or not in site 10, all of them are in site 1 and site 3 and 5 or 6. So they are usually very selective in terms of what suits them. So here we wanted to show what we have
And Kiri, I think we have lost signal there. I think we'll allow Peter to see if we do get him back. But Wilco, I think would you mind just having a quick scan over all the questions that we've got, and if you could use a discretion if you think there's one or two that we should bring out in these last few minutes. Yeah, I'd like to go over to you, and then if we could have everybody, if the data allows, if you could put your videos on to all, just so that we could thank you all for this session. But first, over to Wilco.
Thank you. It was a pity that we just were kicked out by technical issues, but we will refer to the earlier presentations for this. It's good to see that a lot of positive things are going on and a lot of developments. What we also see in almost all presentations that the issues are complex. There are a lot of factors involved. And
hello.
On the other hand, there we have somebody back.
Hello. Do you hear me?
I hope it's okay. We're struggling to hear you. So
Okay.
If you're okay, we would like to wrap up from yours.
All right. Yes. I guess I'm good.
Say, if you would, just a few closing words. I think, Wilco, if you don't
mind. All right.
Of course.
Okay. Do you want to give me my last? Do you want to give me my last slide? just for 1 minute.
Look, we're already all on video, so I'm so sorry. I think it's not quite going to work that way. So if you wouldn't mind, could we ask you to give it verbally?
Yes, sure.
Sorry to do this.
Let me just go. All right, thank you. So on the integrated approach, this integrated approach is where we have fisheries co-management on the table. We have terrestrial, or we call them land use, terrestrial management on one table. This is the forest management aspect one on the table. We have climate smart agriculture, or we call it sustainable conservation agriculture on the table. And then we have alternative livelihood options on the table. All these are going to be doing different approaches. While the co-management is empowering a lot of local institutions development or establishment, give them strong governance training so that they can manage and do the surveillance, do the seizure of illegal fishing gears, do the data collection, do the patrol in the fish breeding sites. While they can do that, but we also are doing at the same time, and usually is sometimes using the same people. We are doing sustainable agricultural practices through climate smart agriculture approach, where we do the zero tillage. We emphasize training of communities to do the mentorship to their counterparts. So in total, we have now about 81 trained qualified trainers, community trainers, who have trained more than 1,000 other farmers who are doing this job. And these are becoming also trainers to the other ones. And for the fisheries co-management, more than 5,000 people have been trained. And these are patrolling about 192, a stretch of 192 kilometers from the within the project area, including the Mahale National Park. And these guys are protecting over 50,000 acres of water, which includes the critical habitats. They call them fish breeding sites. And this job is also being supported by the forest management. We call it sustainable forest management, where we see now forest scout guards have been trained. We have more than 100 scouts that have been trained. These are taking leadership of patrolling in the forest, protecting all the wildfire, educating community. And these guys are now into the carbon project, where they earn almost 200 per year in the 8 villages that we have started this work. This money is bringing a lot of community buy-in, and now everyone wants to see this happening in their villages. On the alternative livelihoods, we have provided training, brought some experts to train the community in microfinance. And this window of microfinance, where community volunteer to provide or save their small amount per week, has earned a lot of money to the community. As we speak now, beach management unit linked community members have made about 32 groups, microfinance groups commonly known as COCOBAs. And these groups, they have more than 400 million Tanzania shillings, their own money. It's not government money, it's not TNC money. And this money is helping them to, one, buy sustainable fisheries gears, to send kids to school, pay for their school fees, improve their households, invest in their businesses. And the whole thing is bringing a lot of change to the community. And most importantly, now fisheries co-management, sustainable agricultural practices, forest management is becoming an issue of discussion in the community. So everyone wants now to talk about this one. How do we now scale this one? Now, instead of having only worked in the Mahale, we want to scale north, both on the northern and the southern part of Tanzania. And we have already started the same initiative in Zambia through our partners called FZS. And we want to scale now this through a GEF UNEP program, which is starting on Lake Tanganyika. IUCN is collaborating with TNC to scale up this work to Congo and Burundi, the long-awaited initiative. So now for Burundi and Congo, the same initiative is going to be replicated there. What does this mean? This means that we're going to probably now.
I'm really sorry, Peter. I have to ask you to wrap up. But such a successful example of.
Oh yeah, this is my last sentence. My last sentence. My last sentence is that all this work in Burundi, in Congo, in Tanzania, in Zambia is being worked under the leadership of TNC together with partners, and we hope this is going to safeguard and protect the migratory fish species. What do we call? We are asking the world to give us support, the riparian countries to give us support, so that this mission of protecting this huge biodiversity, and particularly the fish migratory species on the lake, be in place and sustainably managed throughout the years. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you so much. Surely a successful project. We can't wait to hear as it continues across to be scaled up to other countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And apologies for my poor network here.
It's great to have you.
Thanks.
Wilco.
Yes, thank you. I already started with a small wrap-up, but I think this the last presentation of Mr. Limbu shows two things, which I previously mentioned, that there's a lot of positive energy and a lot of enthusiasm to work on this subject. That's definitely one. And the other one also is that it's complex. There's a lot of factors involved. It's not only about the fish, but it's about socio-economic effects. It's about terrestrial. It's about hydropower. There's a lot of things going on. So that's a big challenge for all of us. There are a few interesting questions, I think, if you have a little bit of time, which we can refer to. And I think the first one, which is very interesting and which also shows the complex problem, is about the impoundments. A lot of measures are focused on upstream migration or specific species or a specific problem. But once, for example, adults spawning fish are brought up behind the dam in the impoundments with the fishway, at some point the juveniles or floating eggs or larval or in the larval stage, fish need to drift back downstream, and then they also come across these impoundments. Marcel, he answered this question. I think that might be very interesting for all of us. So if I can ask him to give the answer in this session, that would be very nice.
Marcel, are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Over to you.
Which question do you refer to again, please?
The question was about, for example, the trap and truck, but I think it's relevant for any upstream migration. This mainly focused on larger adult fish, but then there's a big issue that also the downstream drifting algae and eggs enter impoundments behind dams, and that might be an issue for a species.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just a little bit lost. So back to that. Yes, that is not that straightforward to address as a problem. And while such drifting larvals or other organisms deposit in large reservoirs, there need to address such kind of measures like operational measures to cause a larger flow to reallocate the deposited materials or organisms from the river or reservoir bed to let them continue their flow downstream. So it in that sense might similar to some sediment management in the reservoir, fine sediment management in the reservoir that need to be addressed, that whether in certain cases that could be applied or not.
Okay, thank you very much. yeah, so it's not only about building structures, but also really about the management of flows up and downstream. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And then maybe one more question, and completely other question for Robin Peterson. A lot of people ask why there are dams in the Kruger Park. That's one. and the other one, if you now remove those dams, there might be a lot of species, not only fish, who became dependent of the water availability in the park. How do you address this? And I hope Robin is still online.
And turn your video on, please, Robin. We might have lost him.
Maybe Gordon can answer the question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I think I can contribute to most of the facilities are older than the park itself. So they were predominantly built prior to the proclamation of the park. And in addition, some of the built to supply water to human communities in the park. And then some few facilities were actually constructed, the smaller ones, because of the philosophy that the park had many years ago to provide watering places for large mammals during periods of drought. So they actually built dams thinking that they would be, benefit or contribute to the ecosystems. But we're growing up and we're taking them down.
All right. Yeah, many people were wondering about this. So thanks for clarifying the presence of dams in the Kruger Park.
Okay, I think that's it leaves us to wrap up this session, and I'm grateful. I know we're running a bit over time, but I think it's really great to allow those last few questions. Kerry, are you happy for us to hand back to you?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, well done, guys. It was a great session, and I'm really proud to be part of this and to showcase some of the work that people are doing in Africa. It's fantastic. I would love if you're available to share your screen or to share your video, so I can make a nice print screen of all the presenters that were here and the panelists. Give 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah, Robin and Herman, are you there? Yeah. Okay, and I think Professor Smit, he said that he had to attend another meeting, so I don't think that he's available. And Robin had to go check out to pick up his children, so practical things. But great, I'm going to print screen, and we can all do a hurrah for African Swimways.
Well done.
There we go. Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, so what a great session. And Nancy, special thank you to you for moderating and keeping it all running. And Wilco, thank you for to make sure that all the questions are answered. And to all the presenters, wonderful work. And I see that if there are questions in the chat and Q&A. So if you have a chance, please go and read the questions that are relevant to you, and can you please answer them so the attendees can hear what you have to say. So yeah, thank you so much. We are running over time, so we plan to have to share a series from Dr. Jeremy Shelton. He is an aquatic ecologist and a filmmaker from South Africa, and he's working on a series called Saving Sandfish. And 3 episodes that have been released. I think one of the episodes will be released today. And we wanted to show that during this little lunch break. But I think we're running out of time. We did get a chance to hear a little bit on what Jeremy has to say about his saving sandfish. So he sent me about 5 minutes ago. He sent me a little video clip. He's in the field, so he wasn't able to connect live with us. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to, yeah, we will all hear what Jeremy Shelton has to say. One moment. So here we go. So I hope that that you can. Oh wait, let me just check. Share. Optimize. Yes. Okay. So I hope that you can see the full screen. If you can't, please let me know, somebody. Otherwise, I'm going to press play, and let's hear from Jeremy.
Awesome morning session, and greetings everybody from sunny South Africa. I'm out doing field work in the mountains this week without much cell phone signal, so unfortunately not able to be there for the live event, but I'm sure it's been an awesome morning session, and yeah, thank you very much for including me in the event nonetheless. Yeah, I'm out here this week surveying freshwater fish populations in places like this beautiful river catchment behind me. It's part of a large-scale freshwater restoration project, which is being driven by the Nature Conservancy and other organizations, and there's wide-scale removal of invasive plants like pine trees that suck up a lot of water from these rivers, and we're busy monitoring the benefits of that, not only for water quantity but also for the freshwater life that lives in these rivers as well. Walking up to the sampling site this morning, I was thinking about it, and I just couldn't really imagine a better point in history for today's Swimways webinar, with the WWF, the World's Forgotten Fishes Report, coming out earlier this week and really spelling out the dramatic recent declines in freshwater fish populations across the planet and the urgent need for conservation action in this area. And then a little while back, the Living Planet Index for migratory freshwater fishes as well. And for me, something that really has stood out from both of those reports is the importance of healthy migratory fish populations, not only for freshwater ecosystems, but for people as well. And yeah, just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Kerry and the whole team at the Swimways group and the World Fish Migration group for really spearheading the charge in this area and bringing together different collaborators from all over Africa, well, from all over the world, and yeah, really special and really privileged to be a part of that. So onto your lunchtime entertainment for today. You'll be going on a journey to the Turbine River, a place that's a lot hotter and drier than where I'm standing today, and it's one of the last truly wild and free-flowing rivers in South Africa, and it's also the home of the mysterious Clan William sandfish. And today you'll be watching the first 2 episodes of a web series about a conservation project focused on this migratory freshwater fish. So I hope you enjoy it, and if you can head over to the Fishwater Films YouTube channel and subscribe, and that way you'll always be the first to know when new episodes come out, when we put new content up there. And I'm sure Kerry can put a link to that in the chat. So I think it's time for me to get back to my field surveys, and yeah, wishing everybody a productive afternoon session and hope you enjoy saving sandfish.
Fantastic. As always, we are very well entertained by Jeremy and his spunk from the Cape. So yeah, unfortunately, like I say, we are unable to view those videos. But what I can do is I can show you on the websites on YouTube. Just need to find it. Here we go. I'll share with you on YouTube. Hopefully you can see my screen. This is the Saving Sandfish episode. And if you go to Freshwater Films, you will be able to see, to view those videos and really get a good idea of what is happening in the region and what the specialists and scientists and conservationists are doing in the region. So yeah, thank you so much to Jeremy for his amazing work. Yeah, so Gordon and Mathew, they will be joining us today for the next session. That's the discussion session. And yeah, and in this discussion, we will talk about the future of river connectivity in Africa. So yeah, what's next on the program is that I will have a brief 5-minute introduction to African Swimways, and then it will be over to Gordon and Mathew to really talk with the presenters and the panelists and hopefully to you as well as the attendees and to hear from you what your opinions are on where we need to focus in the next coming years. Earlier today, I also sent out a survey request. So if you could please fill out that survey, that will be very helpful to get your opinion and yeah, and to hear what you're doing and to help us on this journey. We're all in this together to connect fish, rivers, and people. And people, that is, you know, the public, and also the people that are working to save rivers. And this is what it's all about. So I'll quickly share my screen. I'm not going to go into too much detail, just to give you a quick overview of African Swimways and what we're planning to do. Let me see. And okay, I hope that you can see my full screen and you can hear me talking. And yeah, this is all about the African Swimway Initiative. And what we want to do is save rivers in Africa for migratory fish and people. We really want to develop the goals around of where we're going. If we don't know where we're going, we don't know how to get there. So we came up with a super ambitious goal of let's ensure that 70% of the rivers in Africa are healthy and free flowing by 2050. And we would like to get this more concrete and ambitious, and keep it ambitious, but also practical, and perhaps in a stepwise manner that we look at 2025, 2030, 2040, and so on. And so that is the goals. And the big idea, in order to be able to do this, we want to start a movement of local organizations and people working to save migratory fish. It is together with the partnership of World Fish Migration Foundation, Oak Consultants, Boku, University of Mpumalanga, SANParks, and Reaching Rivers, we really want to drive this, and we want to make it possible and give people that are working in their local local areas the opportunities and give them the opportunities to share the information, give them information, and let's do this all together, from local to global. And we've had support over the years. We started with a small group with Gordon and Robin from South Africa, and Herman, and also Peter from Hans and Aas, and we slowly started to develop this African Swimways initiative. And over the years, we've got more and more supporters and sponsors of some of our activities. Oregon RFID have sponsored some of our work. The African Swimways review that will be out. And of course the IGP from Germany, and we have a lot more sponsors from WWF and many more. And we just recently developed an advisory group so that we can really try and focus on the activities in the coming years. And this is our group, and we really try to get organizations from different regions of Africa and also from abroad. And you heard from Marcel, who's an engineer, and that's what we want as well. We want to bring the engineers and the social aspects and different people from different backgrounds into the conversation, so we can work on this together. So our core activities is firstly to develop a network, to make sure that there's products available, to inspire people, to create a platform that people can raise awareness, and of course start up projects together. And today we are excited. We have now available the Southern African report, which we will send the links out next week for you all to review. We have the survey that I've sent out to you. If you could please pull that out, even if you get a chance now, that would be fantastic. And we have a 10-part pilot series for YouTube, where we talk to people about their work and really make it accessible to the public. And for our Swimways Africa, we're also looking for some volunteers. So if there are any people that have something to give and to share, and can help us maybe with graphic design, social media, communication, please contact us. We would love to hear from you. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up and give the floor over to Gordon and Mathew.
Awesome. Thanks, Kerry. It's been a great day, and wow, it's so wonderful to see. I think I've got two big take-home messages so far. It's really exciting to see so many things happening, and also very excited to get to know everybody better and better all the time, which is really cool. We're becoming a bit of a family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much. And I think it's also well done, Kerry, for all of the support and contributions that you've put towards African swimways and migrating fishes over the years. Good job.
Thank you.
And Herman and World Fish Migration Foundation, but now it's about grassroots people and people in South Africa or Africa building up, and taking this on. And I think, again, although that was a slip of the tongue to say the South African Swimway program, we still seem to have a lot of South African work in this space. As Mathew said very early on, that it's because of how South Africa's developed and we've identified the issues we have, but it definitely is something that's growing across Africa, and that's exciting to see so many other contributions from the rest of Africa contributing to the space. And we're getting to know everybody better, and we hope that we can continue to expand. and this is the only way to do it. So awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's from local to global. So we really need those grassroots, like you say, and people working on the ground and who are inspired about who know their region and are inspired to continue working in their region.
Yeah, exactly. So awesome. So we've got two things that we really want to achieve this afternoon. The first is Matthew's got a series of questions, a little poll that he'd like to present to the stakeholders who are online today. And then we're going to talk about some actions and activities that we'd like to look at going forward. Matt, are you with us?
Hi, Gordon, and hi, team. Yes, just waiting for Kerry to make me a co-host so that I can then start the polling, right? Just to all attendees and panelists that the survey we've put together, there's quite an extensive one that we've shared the link to that we'd like people to answer the question and which then will help lead the discussion today. We've selected some of those questions in the polls that we have today. So yeah, see, I can do polls now. I'm just going to share that online survey again for everyone. And then if you're happy, Gordon, I think we can jump straight into the polls.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so our first question today is, what is your favorite migratory fish? And so everyone should have a poll up and running. I'll give it
sorry, Matt, there's a little bit of a feedback loop somewhere from your side.
No.
It sounds like somebody else is watching you in the other room or something.
Maybe Gordon's mic.
Yeah, it could be Gordon.
Oh, maybe.
Sorry, I realized I forgot to include...
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks, Gordon. Yeah, so I forgot to do the panelist on this polling, but I think the next one, we can include everyone. So this is just the attendees giving us their results. We'll just keep the poll running for a little bit while longer. There's still a lot of results coming in, and it's good to see. Gordon, what is your favorite fish? Your favorite migratory fish?
Why do you make me choose, Matt? Why? Why would you make me choose? So, you know, I've got Olaf, who I wish would be with us today, who's that idea of that, the argument I've had with what really is a migratory fish and what is an obligatory and a facultative migratory fish. And, but I still can't move away from those yellowfishes. I love them. So maybe a barbus, man, all the way.
I was a bit worried you're going to say a cichlid there, but yeah, yellowfish is a good choice. So yeah, I think the poll's dying down. I think I'm going to end it and share the results, and then we can have a bit of a discussion around them, and yeah, just talk a little bit about what is a migratory fish, African fish, and so on. So
the eels take it. The eels
I think Celine must have voted 20 times there. So yeah, I think everyone can see the results. Yeah, the eels definitely take this one.
Good, and I think you know what, I remember speaking to a few colleagues, and just to get the discussions going, guys, a few colleagues about do we have migratory fishes? And I think it's important that where this often discussion can get started with is that there is a very important difference between specialist opinion and, you know, applying what we think are biological requirements of species from one area to another, and the real data, the data that we need to you know, to prove that we do have migratory requirements. And Marcel, I think you earlier emphasized the importance of collecting and having that data. I know that Celine, with a few of us, is busy with a review of what the requirements are on the continent, but I think we need evidence. We desperately need more evidence. And, you know, initially the question is, how do you then collect that data? Because what we base all of our anecdotal observations of fish migrations on is the fact that fish are moving from one place to another. That doesn't necessarily mean that they need to migrate. So I'd like to open the floor for some comments about, you know, where we are with the information we have on the real data we have on migratory requirements of fishes, and then to talk about what we can do across the continent to start to collect evidence that helps us prove that these fishes need to migrate. Okay. So, Wilco, I'm not sure if you're still helping us. I think it's been handed over to you and I, Matt, entirely. Kerry,
Yeah.
if you're still there, do you have an opportunity to allow people to raise their hands or something and make a comment if we can choose, or are we going to stick to, you know, the questions and answer forum?
Yeah, I think this is a discussion. So so maybe it would be nice to hear from some of the attendees. If I see that a few 6% said other migratory fish, so maybe we can hear from them, and also maybe from our panelists as well.
I see there was a hand raised.
It was a hand. The hand disappeared. The hand's
it's from Liesel.
And it's gone.
No,
it's from Liesel.
If you do want to talk,
Liesel,
I think just keep your hand up so that we can, invite you in to talk.
Yeah.
And if, please add to the chat if you put other, what your favorite fish was, migratory fish was. Liesel, would you still want to comment?
Okay.
It's
now to talk.
I've asked her to talk.
She should be able to talk now. Talking permitted, Liesel.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Really clarify then to us what is a migratory fish, because actually Leon Barkeizer and I had this discussion. We were doing some field work last week, and we both were sort of, I'm not sure if Leon is still on, that we specifically in the Orange World system, we don't really have migratory fish species. What do we now then regard as a fish that migrates?
So I think, can I start with the explanation and then you guys can help me. Migration refers to the coordinated movement in one direction of a population. So it has to occur in a population size of a species for a range of different reasons. So the purest definition of migration suggests that it must be obligatory migrations. They have to migrate to fulfill part of their life cycle ecology. However, there is a much greater and important trend towards the recognition that if migrations contribute towards a healthy, viable population, in other words, the species don't necessarily need it, but if they do migrate and they have the opportunity to migrate, then the population, the well-being of the population can increase. So from an orange vol yellowfish perspective, which is a good example, yellowfish do not need, for example, to migrate from dams or from lower reaches of rivers up into upper reaches to survive. So the population doesn't need it to survive. However, if they do have the opportunity to migrate, they will migrate and they will take on coordinated movements. And that migration then has a very important contribution to increasing the resilience and the well-being of that population of yellowfish as a whole. So in other words, you can see that by taking use of or utilizing new resources or reducing the competition that juveniles have with adults, that will help strengthen the resilience of a population. And that is considered to be migrations. And then as a result of that, that species can be considered to be a migratory species. So we got to think more about the minimum requirements and more about healthy populations. And, that's where you think about not only, the first part of your question was about what is migration. So it doesn't necessarily only refer to these large catadromic and anadromic migrations that we think of from rivers to sea and from seas to rivers, for example, but also these lateral migrations from rivers to floodplains and migrations between different reaches of systems from different habitats. That's also important and needs to be considered as migrations so that we can look at river connectivity and connectivity between rivers and other habitats as a package. How was that?
Well, I think I agree there. And, you know, we've done some work on the facultative movement and, you know, what does that mean for the population as a whole? I see there's a question here in the question box about, you know, the species may not be obligatory migratory, but the genetic flow between metapopulations is still important over time. And, you know, do we take that into consideration as a migratory species? I think is important for the long-term sustainability of that species. So
let's give Celine a go.
May I add one point here?
Okay, so there's two of you. So I think, Celine, I think let's let the ladies go first. Let's have Celine go first.
No, I just wanted to add a comment because I see that someone talked about Enteromus tremaculatus. And I think we should not, can you shut up your mic? I think it's also important not to overlook smaller species and species that don't move a lot. It's not because they don't have intense, crazy long distance migration like eels that it's not important for their survival and their life cycle. And that includes all the barbs, for instance.
Abebe, your turn. What would you like to contribute?
One other feature of migration is mass. Migration is always in mass, be it in birds, be it in humans, be it in fish. It is mass migration. And during mass migration, organisms are exposed to predation, including human predation, which is fisheries. So I think this is also another aspect of migration.
Yeah, so I think that aspect of coordinated one-directional movement. So it doesn't mean it's only upstream, it can be downstream, it can be lateral, but it's that coordinated movement of a population. And I think it's important there, if I can add to that, is that for example, some adults migrate of certain species. So it may not need to be the entire population. It may be just the adults of a particular population. And we've definitely found that, for example, we found more requirements of migrations of small sub-adult yellowfish compared to adults. And that's something that we need to still unpack. Liesel, can I just ask, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Gordon. But maybe we must just change, not focusing so much on migration at all, but work in the natural movement of the fish as well. And maybe people will then be more sensitive if they understand that fish move in the water for different reasons. And maybe then people will be more sensitive in building dams, weirs, whatever in the river systems, if they understand that, as I've said, the natural movement of fish. But yes, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's important for us to make sure that we define or explain what the definitions mean. I know that we've had a few discussions with a few colleagues about the term swimway versus fish passage and fishway. And I think, you know, as the African Swimway program, it refers to our interest in not just the mechanism that we use to facilitate migrations of fishes, but the fact that we're interested in fish movement and we're interested in river connectivity and the package, which is healthy fish, healthy rivers, healthy people. And that river connectivity and fish movement is something that is becoming important to us. I'm going to brag a little bit. We published a few collaborators here today. We worked on a paper and published it a few years ago on the importance of river connectivity in South Africa, and that it's not being considered and should be considered in some issues pertaining to that. And that is available if anybody's interested in a copy. I think I'll put a link on the chat group. But Liesel, that contributes to that concept of it's not just about the traditional term migration. Thank you. Matt, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Gordon. it's actually a really good way to start this discussion. And I think we should move on to our next poll, which is a little bit more in depth and has a lot more questions to talk around about this topic of, understanding migration and understanding migration of fishes and what we need to do to protect those migrations as a group that's interested in this work. So I'm just going to launch the poll quickly. Just hold on. Just allow panelists. Okay, so yeah, you'll see the poll's been launched, so you should see it there. You guys can start voting. It's quite an elaborate one, so I'm going to just kind of highlight a few things and read through it. But it comes with what do we need to do as a group, or where do we need to prioritize our efforts in the next 3 to 5 years as the African Swimway Initiative? Do we need to protect free-flowing rivers? Do we need to put our efforts into restoring rivers that are already heavily impacted by in-stream barriers? There's a long list of them down there. Some of them even include policies. Do we need to have more policies around this type of work? Do we need to evaluate the socioeconomic cost benefits of building a dam or not building a dam? So yeah, there's a lot there. Read through them. I'll give you guys some time. And if you're thinking of something that's not in or on that list, be free to write it in the chat group so that we can also have some form of discussion around that. So yeah. While we wait a little bit, Gordon, what do you think would be where we need to prioritize in the next 3 to 5 years from your point of view?
You see, I'm an academic scientist, so it's heavily influenced I think that we need more information to support decision makers and to maybe even look at cost benefits and not the cost benefit of structures, but the actual cost of losing migratory fishes. And I think Jeremy, in his little intro, just commented on some of the information that's been released. We've all been talking about how much of our diversity and freshwater diversity is lost, and how much of our fishes populations are still viable. And I think that I'd like to focus on that. So I think that's what's needed. But yeah, what do you think? I think that there's lots of different options.
Yeah, there'll be. I'm hoping.
Robin's got a good his hand up.
It's ready. I think what I'll do is, before we go over to Robin, I just want to end the poll, and then Robin can chat, and I'll bring up the results. Go ahead, Robin.
Thanks, guys. It's a great discussion. I'm really enjoying it. And just following on from what you were saying now, Gordon, about the cost-benefit analysis, and you've been speaking about healthy ecosystems and fish, and benefiting people. I think that's very important. And I think Marshall's presentation was really nice, where there is some real data on 70% of the communities, where I think 70% and 60% of them are completely, a lot of them relied on fish as any sort of income that they were achieving. I think that data is quite scarce on my side. I think as ecologists, and so we focus a lot on the biology of the fish and the ecosystems and that. And I think to a large extent, we miss out on the social side of ecosystems and fish and migratory fish. So I think that was a real nice sort of statistic on just how important healthy ecosystems are for people. And I think somehow we need to get more socio-economic sort of people involved in our group, because I think that will definitely help us a lot. And moving forward, if you want to change policies or influence government decisions, I think that's critical. The government is not going to listen to you. There's no rands and cents attached to it, or people benefiting from it or stuff like that. And it's hard sometimes to put figures to those the sort of ecology side of things, but it's something we must definitely strive for over the next couple of years as we're working together. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. Gordon, I just want to jump in there with the results of the poll. I hope everyone can see them. And interestingly enough, protecting free-flowing rivers versus restoring damaged rivers was weighted quite high, with restoring damaged rivers scoring the highest with 65%. I think it does beg a bit of the question of, do we work with systems that need restoration, or do we work with systems that we need to protect and keep from being damaged or leading down to the path of being heavily utilized? So very interesting results coming from the attendees. Thanks, everyone. Gordon, are you there?
Sorry, I had my mute button on. I've just put the link to that paper on river connectivity and as a missing link in the chat group, if anybody's interested. I think what I'd like to do now, thanks for that, Matt, is we'd like to shift the discussion a little bit towards what are we going to do now? Because it's great to come together and to share what we're all doing, and many of us are collaborating. But as a Swimway Africa program, we would like to talk about some opportunities, some low-hanging fruit opportunities, and some sort of blue sky ideas that we have about what we can achieve as a community. And I have one proposal to table to the panelists and the attendees that I think what would be very useful for us from an African context is to go to each African state and find someone in that state, each state, who can at least comment on what that state knows about fish migrations and the importance of migrations and the management of river connectivity for migrations, and try to present an overview of what we know is happening in Africa. And I think that if we took that on as a challenge over the next 6 months to a year, in a year's time, it would be wonderful to be able to report back on where are we and what do we know as Africans. So I'd like to table that idea, but we're open for any other suggestions. Nico?
Yes. Okay.
Perhaps also maybe somebody from the attendees. Maybe somebody has a. Oh, there's a hand. You see a hand.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, thanks, Gordon. At this great discussions. These. I was just looking at the ideas of where we're going to go forward, and when I did those searches last night about what we know, it was really, I think it's worthwhile just to mention again that we sit with the knowledge generated on these topics in Africa is between 2 and 3% of what we know worldwide. So I think the last one, the overcome data deficiency, in this poll also scored very well. I still think it's a very, very important thing for us to do before. If we would love to protect the rivers, we like to restore it and conserve, and that is really brilliant endpoints. But enable for us to successfully achieve those endpoints, we must work together to look at those data deficiencies that we still have. Knowledge which you will think we should know about what the fish does, how they behave, where they go, what they need to survive, what is the water quality that they can survive in. And I think that is something we really, as a big grouping, we can work together on. More and more funding goes towards huge collaborative projects and not projects that is focusing locally, but that is extended transboundary rivers, those kind of thing. And I think this makes this type of African swimway program is so important, because it looks at all over Africa, and we need to acknowledge the transboundary effect and how we from different countries can work together and pool our resources. And in that way, we can tap into what they call the global south. So we can tap into the the global north, the funding that is available in that area. And that is the only way how we can overcome this data deficiencies, is through this type of collaboration and tapping into the available funding. And this makes what we're doing here such an important thing to talk about it. I just want to make one final comment about what you've mentioned about river connectivity. And what I found was that the moment when you start to use that as a search theme within publications, you suddenly came up with other papers, not just about fish, which is very exciting. Then you start to come up with papers about hippos, and there's papers, really nice papers about migratory birds and the importance of river connectivity to them, of different macroinvertebrates, insects, pest insects, all those kind of things that how river connectivity influence those life cycles as well. And I think that is why, for me, that's a very important theme of this, a theme within this scope that we're dealing with, because the moment when it goes to river connectivity, it's more than just about the fish, which is a lot of us, our passion lies with the fish, but within the river connectivity, we cover all these other very important ecosystem functions as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. Well said. And I really agree. I agree with all of that. And you can even see that the paper I shared was about river connectivity. And if you do some reviews, you quickly come across connectivity and the importance of connectivity. And, I wanted to then just bring a link between that, and we'll talk about what to do about that, or how do we look at achieving that with, I love the idea. And I mean, we allowed everybody to come together and say, what do we think we want to achieve as a community? What is our vision around migratory fishes? And if you look at 70%, for example, of species being protected through river connectivity practices, there's a huge gap between the endpoint that you said, that vision, and what are we going to do on the other side where we are today with insufficient information. And there's two things that I think are important, is that from a pure migratory species perspective, we want to know what are those species that do have migratory requirements. They need to migrate to complete the life cycles, like the eels, versus healthy fish, healthy people, healthy communities. And that's where I think river connectivity comes in very strongly. So I think if we as a community want to address, and we put together a concept note to look at a regional, and when I mean regional, now we're moving beyond South Africa and Southern Africa to Africa. If we look at Africa as a continent, and we look at regional stability of the continent, and we have to talk livelihoods of people. So if we're looking at the contribution of river connectivity and healthy fisheries contributing towards the livelihoods of Africans, then we start to talk about, the species and the life cycles of the species. And there are two categories: those species that need to move and migrate, and what is their contribution to livelihoods, and then the rest, which may then migrate just to enhance, and that enhancement and being able to migrate and utilize new habitats can improve the fisheries. And I do think that from a river connectivity perspective, it's nice because it brings both of those concepts together. But both of those parts, I think we would need to really look at in detail. So I love the idea, and I'm a part of the Durable Rivers Coalition, which has just been formed a couple of months ago. And I quickly looked to see if Ian Harrison was still around, because Ian's one of the co-members of that Durable Rivers Coalition. And I just wanted you to support what you were saying, Nico, about, in this Durable Rivers Coalition, it's scientists from around the world who come together, and immediately they've put together a session, a proposal for a session at the Stockholm Water Week. And it's that scale of global influence that they work on. And I agree that we need to, as a collaboration, look at opportunities on that scale. So I think I would love to start to investigate what opportunities there are for us as a community to look at a big program and to fund a big program. And you know, if that's the one way, the one approach is to go to the Northern Hemisphere and the opportunities they have. Another opportunity we have, and I think this is where, like, Mathew Ross, I see, is not with us anymore, but you know, these guys who are building all these facilities, all these dams that are affecting river connectivity, and I think we'll stick to that term for the moment, you know, World Bank or other developers, we have an opportunity to go to them as well, I think, and ask them to help us work on this program, this concept on a large regional scale. So that's definitely, I think, something else that we should look at. Thanks so much. Any other contributions? Marcel.
Yes, thank you, Gordon. Just a follow-up comment on what you just said at the end, to ask World Bank or other international organizations for any kind of support, and under support not necessarily only financial support meant, but assistance towards reaching some certain goals, at this case towards environmentally sustainable technology or environmental goals in national or international regions. So just wanted to say an example from our experience from the last year, that actually towards Nepal and the Himalayan kind of countryside utilization for hydropower and make it sustainable, the hydropower. Definitely currently the Nepalese economy is not at that level to afford any kind of investments into the future when it comes to major investments for energy or for other purposes with building dams on recent rivers. But for that reason, the World Bank came and asked, at this case, some Scandinavian partners if we can reach out and give some professional kind of guidance and assistance to their government and to develop their strategies towards making it a greener solution, an acceptable solution from the fish point of view or the aquatic life point of view in the Himalayan region, which is also an unutilized or underutilized region where there is a high demand for energy and for other purposes to store some water. And in that case, they also want to do something with some international help. So I just wanted to share that there are examples, and so does the World Bank. And within World Bank, they already know about such programs and initiatives. So definitely that could be reach out and as an alternative. Thank you.
Marcel, can I ask, could you, if you've got a summary or a link, you know, rather than us just going to look for to try and find it ourselves, if you're familiar with this type of work and you can send us a report or a program or a link, please would you do that? Would you send that to me or to Kerry? I know all the panelists have been sent a shared email, so please, and then I'll have a look at that. And that is a great idea. I know that a South African, Marcus Wishart, who was one of the managers at World Bank, is now one of the managers in Asia, and there's a chance to continue to go back to those connections and speak to people about what to do. And I love the idea, Nico, about asking for a nice big program and driving it from our initiative. We would deal with the implementation step later. But just before I continue, Matt, have you got another poll that you want to run? But if not, Matt, sorry.
Yeah, just time-wise, I think I see there's some very interesting comments and a lot of consensus coming in from attendees in the chats. Yeah, just really getting together as Africans around this topic and start to realize, what we need, and the data deficiency is an important one, but also just kind of coming up with a plan on how we could then tackle the overarching questions of keeping fishways free or restoring rivers using that data. So that's coming through quite strongly. Yeah, water scarcity from Leon Barkhuizen, there's a question. And then I'll just read that quickly. In water scarce countries, because I think that's a very important topic for us, is, we managing very highly erratic rivers where you could have a lot of water one season and then next season very little water. So his question is, those facing severe water shortages where dams, weirs, etc. play a very important role in impounding water, especially for irrigation, how do we justify the removal or destruction of dams? Surely this will impact negatively on nations' agriculture sector and food security. So I think that, gets back to the dam removal question that we often throw out.
And I've spoken to world fish migration guys a lot about dam removal in Africa is a swear word. We're trying to improve generally, I'm generalizing, but we're trying to reduce water stress and help people. And one of the mitigation measures they have is just build dams. So in many countries, it's not PC to talk about dam removal. But I think though, however, knowledge is king. And we are collaborating with some guys in Australia. And the reason for the collaboration, Leon, if this contributes to your question, is because they live in a similar arid environment with highly variable rivers. So we're collaborating. We found this little niche area where South Africa and Australia share these type of hydrological rivers with completely different species. But one thing that Australia is very interested in is what would happen from a system perspective if they increase their development to the point of what South Africa has done, and or if they start to get some additional stresses to their barriers and things that we're dealing with at the moment, like a lot of the chemical stresses we have and a lot of those nutrients, wastewater treatment works type stresses that they don't really deal with there. They've got other problems, but we're interested in it. So we're starting to learn. But what's very interesting is Australia value their fisheries in such a manner that if they have fish kill events, the political parties governing their states change. That's how dramatic and that's how important it is. And with these blackwater fish kill events in the Murray-Darling, the fishers and shooting political group came to power because of how they value their fisheries. And they value their fisheries because of education. And they value that the education's there because of their information, the data they have that demonstrates the importance. And I do think that there's need for that cost benefit discussion to show, what is the best balance. It's not about one or the other. It's about a balance between what we have, what we need, and what we're doing. And I think that again, back to the paper, because it's so pertinent. The argument there was maybe it's because we're not considering river connectivity that we're not able to achieve that sustainable state of ecosystems, or get the ecosystems to a particular state where they're sustainable, that they cannot be sustainable because some of these important processes are not being considered. It's not to say that we must remove weirs and dams. In some places it is appropriate. I mean, one of the biggest arguments we're dealing with at the moment in our region is, we mustn't move some barriers because they're preventing the upstream migration of alien crayfish. So it has to be done on a case-by-case basis. But thank you. And that's why this is so important, because we've got to really put it out there and try and build the discussion, which is what this is all about. But one little thing I wanted to add before we run away is, and Matt, sorry, you also raised a few important things, but how do we do this? You know, we have, people are talking about we must reestablish connectivity. And it comes back to the very first comment I made about, we know across Africa, and I've worked on fisheries and fish communities in the Nile and the Niger and the Congo and South Africa, and we share a lot of families. And we've often argued that the cyprinids are very good migrators, very good movers, and they're important. That's an important indicator family to consider when you look at migrations. But there's very limited data. So when we look at how do you prove that fish need to migrate, we have to collect some evidence that the fish has moved, and they have been moving from one place to another. And there are many ways of doing that. And Matt has alluded to, and you can see the picture behind him, of using telemetry tags to track fish movement, which is very expensive. But there are alternatives. And I wanted to highlight that, is that, you know, there are alternatives. The work that the Asian, Australian group and North American group are doing on otolith microchemistry. Olaf Vale also in his group have done a lot of work on otolith microchemistry, where you can prove from the otolith what the life history has been of that individual and where it's been in its environment. There are other methods, and I think that's something that we need to consider. If we're going to go out there and work on these rivers and work on these populations, how are we going to prove that these fish migrate, and how are we going to do it in a way that it's achievable? I think the radio telemetry or acoustic telemetry approach is too expensive. Maybe for some case studies, we will be able to apply it, but we need alternatives. And yeah, just laying it out there if there's any comments.
Yeah, Gordon, I think also, I mean, that's pretty relevant, and I think it's also just getting the data out there where it is sitting, lying on shelves and stuff. I think if anyone knows their fish well enough, it's us. It's the guys in East Africa and Central Africa, West Africa, and it's really trying to get that data out into publications where it isn't yet published, and just getting information out there and sharing it. And I think this is actually a good platform for us to be able to do that. You know, where we need that information is to actually share it amongst ourselves so that we have it available to different stakeholders here. I see that the one comment by Wanuka, you know, is really about getting together around one table to discuss a lot of these issues from local and regional level. And I think this is a start to that, that, you know, we can then go come from here into these other areas where stakeholders are needing our assistance. I think very much what Marcel was saying, get them to approach us when they need some of the information and the data required around migratory fish. So,
do you want, yeah. Maybe is Kerry still around? Because yeah, she is. Kerry, I think it might be good just to comment on the Swimmer Africa Advisory Group, because I think that answers that question, that Kerry is facilitating the formation of an advisory group of scientists and stakeholders, not only from Africa, but from around the world. And the idea behind that group is to do that, is to be available to answer questions and to give comment. But from some of the case studies I've been involved with, you know, there's a difference between recommendations and comments versus the hard data, the evidence that actually says this is a requirement. So we mustn't forget that as well. But that is a great comment. And it's important to let them tell their story, by the way, just to get back to the fact that we've done yellowfish and tigerfish and eel work. And whenever we've done that work, we haven't seen these wonderful migratory movements, so to speak. Great, Matt, have you got another poll, or can we sort of try and encourage the attendees and the panelists to open the discussion up to anything else that anybody would like to add?
Yeah, I think we've got a bit of time for one or two more discussion points if there's anything coming from the attendees or the panelists. If there isn't anything, then we can move on, but I'd like to just, now that we do have a lot of people in one room, if there's any ideas, additional ideas that people want to voice something, yeah, now's a good opportunity to do so.
Maybe just to recap, if it helps, I've got 3 sort of action areas that I would like to work on that we haven't really commented on. My initial idea of going to all nations and getting a response, or trying to find someone in each country to give us some idea of what's happening in that country, to present an African overview of what's going on, or what people know, what people think. The second one is, I love Prof. Smit's, Nico's idea of looking at a swimway program and African program and trying to get concepts out and trying to see if someone would be interested in supporting this type of regional program. And then thereafter, we would announce it that we're interested in the program, and we'd invite people to apply to be a part of the program. So we're not worried about who's going to do it or how we do it as yet. We just want to get somebody to support that concept. And then the third one is to start to look at collating all of the data that we have already on African migrations in the continent. So that's the 3 sort of actions that I have at the moment. And Marcel's going to help me with the second one. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, that's great. That's actually a good way to lead into our poll, considering there's general consensus by the looks of it. So I'm going to hit up the next poll, and that's really the next poll is about how do we now contribute together as African Swimway. Yeah, how would you as a Swimway member or an attendee or interest group like to contribute to the African Swimway model? So yeah, would you like to share data? Would you like to have access to some free information? Would you like to become a sponsor to help some of the work that we're doing? You know, would we like to try collaborate on some papers together? So we've listed a couple of suggestions, and some of the ones that you were mentioning, Gordon, are in here, and I think some others have come up already. But yeah, if there are any others that you think you could that we need to add to this list, yeah, I think it'd be worthwhile chatting around those too. So if you tick others, I think we're going to call on you to voice your suggestions. So just give it. See, people are still coming in with votes, so let's just give it a little bit more time.
And while it's coming in, can I just tell you guys something? And I love this because, you know, I won't say who it was, but I've had, and some of you are here today, but I've had 4 separate groups because of our work. We've been involved in publishing some reviews between hydropower, environmental flows, and fish connectivity in Central Africa. And some of that information is available. So I've had different groups contact me, and it's quite funny because all 4 of these different communities, these guys, specialist groups, have said we want to keep everything under wraps because we've got clients who have confidentiality issues. But what we need to do is we need to know, do you have any evidence of fish movements and how hydropower and hydropeaking, for example, has affected fish movements? And I've told each of the 4 about the others, and the answer is the same, that we have some idea, but we really need to solve these problems. And I think Matt presented it very well this morning, where he argued, you know, the precedence is being set. And that's what's key here, is that all these guys are out there looking for examples to then justify the approach that these developers take to developing these rivers and building hydropower stations, for example. And that's why it's so important to get the right type of information out there to make sure it's available, so that some type of good practice approach to, you know, river connectivity disruptions the socio-ecological implications of those disruptions can be established. And that's why I think we have the opportunity to contribute. So just wanted to add that. Mathew, your results in.
Yeah, they're slowly trickling in a little bit. But yeah, that sharing, just a bit of a sneak peek. Sharing information is one of the leading ones at the moment. I want to influence results, but I think in a data deficient environment, sharing information actually becomes, I think, quite important if we want to build on things and go places. So I think I'll end it now because it does look like it's we've had more than 51% vote. So we'll end it and then I'll share it. You should all see it there now. So yeah.
Wow.
Maybe people are getting tired and they're just selecting the top one now. But it's definitely sharing of information is an important element to moving forward, I think, for African swimways.
Yeah, and you see Sasha Pillay, she dropped a comment, or Sasha may not be a she, sorry, Sasha, dropped a comment that would be good to get more resources available for postgraduate studies. And I would encourage you guys to start to think about the different institutions represented, and that we would like to help to train some stakeholders, not just formal postgraduate studies, but also stakeholders in the sector, especially if we are busy with this type of work. Yeah. Nancy, you had your hand up. Do you have a comment?
I almost snuck away there, but you saw it. Yeah, Gordon, I do think, I mean, it's an old problem about the sharing of the data, and it's understandable when things are privately funded, and so I think as the institutions trust and become more and more involved, I mean, it's just keeping going exactly in the wonderful direction you guys are going. So as the institutions themselves of the countries are on board, a lot like ourselves are mandated to share data. So there's that split levels, and yeah. So I think supporting the institutions across the continent with their data, kind of that fundamental, even starting at really the fundamental data, and then it's kind of collectively owned. It's for us, it's for the greater good. So to keep supporting and building that part of it, I think, is one way forward.
Thank you, and yeah, we got to start somewhere. Kerry's back.
Yeah. Can I just ask maybe Nancy to also you have this freshwater network that you're working on. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that. And maybe we can, to see if there's synergies between Swimway Africa and that network.
Sure. So the FEN, the Freshwater Ecosystem Network, is it's to all, and it's across the water sector. So it's not just river ecologists. It's water managers. It's pretty much across the board, and multiple groups. It's one big mailing list and a collective. So I think it's got good communication power and a lot of different interested people and expertise. And it does stretch. We have some South African members, so it's growing in its reach. And I think it is underutilized. We have one annual meeting, which is very difficult to fit the full breadth of people's interests into one meeting a year. So we're looking at opportunities to have multiple ways to reach the different membership. So I think it's a powerful platform, and most of the people that might be interested in this are hopefully part of our network.
So Nancy, do they share their information on what work they're doing, or how does it practically work within this network?
It's as strong as so I think to nurture the champions that are out there. I mean, it's kind of untapped, and as you yourselves know, I'm sure it's no small feat the way that you've organized yourselves. I think it's probably sustained a lot of work. So I think it's it's that to cleverly allow the platform and people to be able to communicate within the platform. So it's at the moment it's if there's interest, you know, it is sharing. So we'll share Jeremy's videos, for example, anything important that is of interest. We hope will be yeah. If we miss it, people will remind us, and then we circulate that. So yeah, so I think it's got a lot of potential, and it does function well. And Mark de Fontaine, who's the technical wizard behind it, maintains it in a really ship shape. So it's a clean mailing list.
Great, and we'll continue to share information between the two networks as well. So, you know, so we can cover all bases. And that network, I think, is based only in South Africa or Southern Africa.
It's, I mean, you know, 90%, maybe even 95%. I'm ashamed, Mark, if you're hearing me, that I don't have the numbers at my fingertips. But yeah, I mean, there's a handful of people global. You know, there's one or two people, and you know, it's from throughout Africa and then across the world. It's largely South Africa.
Okay. Yeah. So so we have we've sent out the survey to hear about what you know what people are doing and what people think about this. And at the end of the survey, there's also a section to share your work with us, and we really want to talk about how we can do this in a nice way, that people are doing work that we do a social media campaign, or we start up a campaign that we can, you know, we can share the information and the work that you are doing on the long term. So yeah, sorry Gordon, I hijacked your discussion, but yeah, that's my input.
Kerry, I wanted to you to add on. I don't know if you heard my 2 cents earlier about the advisory group, and I just commented. One of the questions was about supporting any stakeholders with issues or questions in the region. So that advisory group is important. And how can someone get hold of the advisory group?
Yeah. So, so this is something that we have to develop, you know.
Yeah,
we've just started. We had our first meeting, our first advisory group meeting this year. So, and we talked about, okay, we need to focus on getting our goals right. You know, what are we going to do? So, in terms of that, you know, it's in the development stage, and we'll have to come up with a great, easy way. And in our next advisory group meeting, I think maybe we can include that as a topic of discussion. But of course, if you have specific questions that you need answered, or you want to get in access to specialists in some sort of field, we have a massive network of over 1,000 people working on different topics in Africa. So please drop me an email, and I will definitely try my best to connect you with the right person.
And then I've just had another, I'd like to raise another issue that came to me a little while ago. Was in, you know, Nancy has presented our freshwater ecosystem network, FEN. We used to have a program in South Africa called the Yellowfish Working Group. And it had and we've had other groups. Leon, who's there, has also been a part of the Orange Vol Yellowfish Conservation Area. A lot of these groups have come and gone. They've done some great things, and then they've kind of moved on, and largely because of things may not necessarily be appropriate anymore. They've served their purpose. Some of them have served their purpose, and they've died down. But what's important here is that in order for us to be relevant, we need stakeholders to tell us what we should be doing, and to critique our ideas, and to help us grow, and to raise issues, and help us learn and grow with the times. So I encourage all of you guys now, is there anything that you think is important to add? Is there anything that you've heard that you are concerned about? Please, you need to tell us. You need to raise it so that all of us together can move forward. Any other, oh no, it's not. I thought there was a new question. Can we do that now? Would anybody like to add anything? Kerry, is there a chance that you can close a blind or something that stops your silhouette? Your face is very dark. We can barely see your...
Better? It's so bright. The future is so bright.
Yeah, I've got to wear shades, eh? The future's so bright. I've got to wear shades. Yeah, any other questions?
I seen there's something from Gerald. I don't know if maybe Gerald wants to tell everybody about the Aqua Hub. It might be interesting to hear about Aqua Hub if nobody else wants to to tell us, give us some feedback. And of course, you have the survey to at your leisure go through it and tell us what you think. Gerald, are you available for us to chat with you? Oh, great. Gerald? I think that you're able to speak now. Allowed to talk? Yeah, there we go.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Gerald speaking from Austria.
Hi, Gerald.
So very best congratulations to you all. I enjoyed a lot. And well, just referring to this Aqua Hub platform, this is a classic platform. It's a sort of serious Facebook stuff. So we have programmed it for our purpose. People have to register there. The background is that we can trace them, because I think that is one of the goals also within the African Swimway Initiative, that you can connect to people. So people have to register that platform so that you find a map and you can find the people there. Where are they? And then you get an impression what they are doing. The whole thing is focusing on Eastern Africa. And it's about, well, I call it healthy rivers. So I'm an aquatic ecologist with a fish background, and we've been training students from Africa now from 45 years about. So we have about 400 students who came here to do their master PhD program at our Austrian universities. I'm in charge of this program for more than 20 years now. And the idea basically was, again, to connect the alumni, but also other people. And this platform works quite nice, so people can connect. We have to keep it a bit more lively in future. So these social benefits, so to say, they are still missing. So it has become too serious, in a way, too boring, because you get little feedback. But actually, it works quite nice, and people can connect, and you get a nice overview. So, of course, everybody who is interested in Eastern African ecosystems is very much welcome to join. And maybe, Kerry, you know the platform anyway, so you can see whether something similar would fit for the African Swimway Initiative. Thank you very much, and congrats again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and what we would like to do with this African Swimway is not reinvent the wheel and redo projects and compete with other people. We really want to, you know, we have AquaHub, we have this freshwater network, we have already these networks that we want to work together with the people that are already doing something, and make that special. So and that also, that's from the communication side, but also from research side, that we all work together and yeah, and show what you're doing and collaborate and talk about it together. So we're not working individually, but as a group. And yeah, I see that we have Jeroen from Oregon RFID, and Gordon, I think that you have a good story to tell from Jeroen and Oregon RFID, and your sponsorship of the pit tags, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. It's not RFID.
Oh, it's not RFID. Okay.
But hang on, but hang on. So we, you know, in a couple of years, when you start talking to people about what's going on, so there's a few exciting things, and I hope Nancy's still around to hear this, because she's a part of these new FTON programs. Oregon RFID did support some of the world fish migration guys and stakeholders to come down to South Africa to help us get started. And that's really supported what we've been doing. We've now recently, though, also had opportunities to work with Biomark, and through some of our research, Celine is about to install with Mathew the first RFID pit tag. A pit tag, an RFID tag is a pit tag. People are more familiar with pit tags that they put into pets. Anyway, so there is an array hopefully going up into South Africa to monitor the migration, the movement of fishes up and down a fishway on the Tugela River. That's a biomark system. But what we were also interested in from an RFID part, and this is where I hope Nancy's still around, is that our region in the Lowveld has been awarded an FTON, it's a regional monitoring program of the South African government. And it allows us to build and install infrastructure to monitor different resources. And what we're particularly interested in is, Celine's just put in a comment that's so important. Well done, Celine. What we're interested in this region is to set up more pit tag arrays to continue with this type of migratory work using pit tags. Celine has just commented to say that we have an opening for a postgraduate student, ideally an MSc student, but we'll talk with any potential PhD candidates who may be interested in coming to work on this migration work in South Africa with pit tags and this initial array. And yeah, from Oregon's perspective, we're a competitive market, so we're really interested in some support we can get. And we think that this is actually a wonderful solution and an opportunity to tag and look at the movement of many individuals, where a radio telemetry costs a couple of hundred, over $100 US. A pit tag can cost us as few as $2 or $3. So we're really interested in that technology, and we'd really like to talk. But what Kerry referred to was advanced telemetry systems, ASTRAC in the States. They contacted Herman and asked Herman for an interesting project. He would be interested in some acoustic radio telemetry work. And we're going to initiate a project. And again, here we're looking for some students, for a student as well, to do some work on fish migratory ecology work in the lower Sabi River in the Kruger. So they have donated 8 listening stations and 90 acoustic tags to us, which is really, really very special. And we will use it wisely, and we hope to solve some important questions with that equipment. because the Sabi River, unfortunately, they've actually not raised, they've installed the dam wall, the radial gates in the dam of the Kurumana Dam, which is on the lower Sabi River, which in effect has raised the wall, the height of the dam. And now the Sabi Gorge has just recently been flooded with all of these rains. So we just heard from the guys in the Kruger that they now have what was a rocky and riffle type habitat through this gorge area in the lower Sabi River, a critical, unique habitat, has now been inundated by the dam. So I'd love to hear from Robin about that if you'd like to comment. But yeah, we're looking forward to some good work. And we just don't have time to do all these things. So we hope to get some more data out soon.
I see that that the time is ticking on, and I think we might have to finish up. Yeah, maybe you can do a bit of a wrap up.
Okay, any other burning comments or questions quick before we do that? Matt, it looks as though you popped on.
Yeah, no, I was just looking around and it seems like we're dwindling. So I think it's time we wrap up. I think there was one comment from Nancy about showcasing swimway projects action on the ground, maybe doing a lunchtime session once a month in support of the swimway program. I think maybe we could follow up with that later, not necessarily now, but that seems like something we could do. And that, I think that's it.
And just to add that my family loves Zeb Hogan's videos and monster fish stuff, and that's where the world are learning about fish migrations from these superstars. And we really need to get more information out of Africa about what we're doing as a group, and that's quite exciting. We need to do more of that. Jeremy's doing good stuff. We need to continue with that.
Yeah. Who are the superstars in Africa? We need them for sure. So we actually after your wrap up, Gordon, we have a musician that will play us a song. We'll go live to Nigeria. Do you want to wrap up and then we can go to Nigeria?
Yes. Thank you everybody for a wonderful day. Thank you for it's so exciting and really good to see what everybody's doing, and thank you for so many attendees who have waded through this whole program through the whole day. I know that all of us have snuck away for bathroom breaks and food breaks, but it's been wonderful. So just to wrap up, there are now 4 action items that I have on my to-do list, which includes looking at what's going on within each nation, looking at the formation of a large research program, and the third one is reviewing the available information we have and sharing it. And then the fourth one is I'm going to, Kerry, and I'll help her to do that too, work on making the advisory group available and to start to look at procedures to connect people and to continue to share information. Thank you again so much for your participation, and we hope to do this again soon. Thank you, Kerry.
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. Special thank you to you, Gordon, for chairing the session, and I hope that you're happy with the discussions and the outcomes, and fantastic. And Matt, double T, Matt, thank you. Great work. Love the polls, and guys, don't forget to please do that survey at your leisure, and we would love to hear back from you. Send us an email if you have any questions or anything. And to round off, we're going to go to Nigeria for some music, and then we'll close the webinar. Thank you everybody for attending. It was super special. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, yeah. Oh no, yeah. We don't need no spilling oil or plastic rivers, just one flowing ocean for them fishes. We don't need no spilling oil human activities just they go down. We should try and take caution with our actions on the ocean body. No fishing with cyanide, no fishing with dynamite, cause we don't want extinction. We want many fishes in our ocean. Under the sea, hey, under the sea, hey, love to see the sharks swimming under the sea. Hey, but this can happen when the water is polluted. Fish should bring oxygen and not air. Let's come together and say no to the spirit of oil, cause it is harmful to the fishes and us humans.